KIRO AM Seattle, KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello. Good morning. Hi. Hello. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app. All the podcast platforms, all of them out there. And then 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. We've been having some technical issues on YouTube recently, trying to get Brock's sound accurate. But it seems like we've gotten it all fixed. I fixed it yesterday. More, I don't want to brag too much, but I kind of fixed it. Or at least I fixed part of it.
Well, there was a part that was bothering you.
Right,
you
that's
were
the part I
echo.
fixed. Yeah.
And then we tried to fix that, and we made it so everyone could hear Brock and break again, which I think they find kind of entertaining.
Sure.
So that was, and then, you just turned off some speakers that were giving you echo.
Right, I fixed it.
Okay.
I fixed the problem that was bothering me, which allowed the rest of the system to work perfectly because nobody else cared whether or not I was being bothered. So we obviously made the major change. I did it. I did it all.
Very true.
Thank you, Maura. Appreciate it. Let's see. So a lot of football talk today as we're 8 days from the draft. 8 days now from the draft. We've got mock drafts from Mel Kiper today, from Todd McShay. We don't get to hear them arguing with each other as much anymore, but they've both released what I think are their final mock drafts leading into next Thursday, so that's pretty exciting. Daniel Jeremiah is going to join us tomorrow, but we got Joel Klatt today at 8:30, so a whole bunch of draft stuff as we are just 8 days away. But of course, the Mariners lost last night. I don't know if you knew. I watched the game. I'm guessing you probably did too, which means we've got a pretty decent batch of
Overnight Mariners texts.
Yeah, there they are. We may be changing that, by the way. Do you guys like overnight Mariners texts or late night Mariners texts? I kind of like the idea that they're late night. I think that's funnier. So we may change that to late night.
Go back to big voice guy.
I know. I've already talked to Pittman about it, though.
Overnight Mariners texts.
I talked to Pittman last week. We should have something new in a month or so, and we should be good to go. We're very low on the priority scale. All right, so here are some of the late night, overnight Mariner texts. Why, Mariners? Why? Why do you make me compose midnight texts? I don't want to do this. I really, really don't. But when you finally face good pitching and only muster up 4 hits, you leave me no choice. Get your act together. I actually can't really argue with anything in that text. Like, yeah, no kidding. I totally agree. Nothing wrong with that. Nobody wants to do this. We're compelled to. And it's so frustrating that it's always the same problem of just not hitting. At least have a new problem. It's so weird. I mean, you look at the lineup, you're like, they're good. It's a good lineup. Hit. No, they're not hitting. Great. Awesome. Weird. It's almost like all those people who said the Mariners only scored a bunch of runs because the Astros pitching sucks out loud were 100% right. They still aren't hitting almost 3 weeks now. Look, the Astros pitching is awful. And what Passan said yesterday, we're going to replay Passan at 6:30. He said that he had a guy someone in the league tell him the Astros could lose 100 games this year because the pitching is that bad. That feels extreme. But watching them, look, no one is saying the Astros pitching didn't contribute to the runs that the Mariners scored. I mean, they walked 26 guys in 3 games. Never seen anything like it. Horrific. But I don't know whether I'm going to look at one start against Michael King and be like, oh, well, that's it. I guess they're back to not hitting. We'll see. These things are, determined over time. Do we know yet, Lyle, who's starting for San Diego tonight and tomorrow? They had TBD even as of last night. Have they figured that out yet? Like, are they going to pitch somebody? Are they going to go bullpen day? What are they doing?
I don't know, because I don't think they were ever supposed to face Pivetta, who just hit the IL.
Okay.
So I don't know why they haven't announced the starter.
It seems a little odd, doesn't it?
Definitely odd.
Well, we'll see what happens. But
Oh, now they have a starter. It's Randy Vasquez.
Okay. How's Randy Vasquez?
He's been really good to start this year. 3 starts, he's got a 1 ERA.
Well, then that should be a perfect matchup for the Mariners bats tonight to try to break things open. Salk, you wanted Mariners tech, so I'll say this. Cole Young has been exceptional this season. His defense is slicker than grease. His defense has been pretty good. But I got news for you, Cooch. You'd be sucking like a leech. Sorry. Couldn't help it. How pissed is Lyle that there's a Vetter Cup logo on the broadcast?
Oh, it's pretty sad.
It's not sad. It's awesome. I think you're missing the point on the Vetter. I'm glad that you're sticking with your opinion on it, but the Vetter Cup is about fun, man. It's just a fun thing. It doesn't need to be serious. It's okay for it to just be fun. I like it. I think it's great, and I love seeing the logo up there. Brock and I were texting with DJ Daniel Jeremiah last night, noted Padres fan, who said that the Padres have essentially had a full year to stew on their Vetter Cup loss from last season, and that's why they're coming out playing the way they are. Could be true. Salk, does the Larry Salk rule apply for when the other team brings in their closer? Mason Miller is almost unhittable. You might even be able to drop the almost. He's pretty well unhittable. No, I don't think so. I don't think the Larry Salk rule applies. I mean, you can go to bed if you want, pretty secure in the knowledge, but it's all upside at that point. The whole point of the Larry Salk rule of going to bed when your closer comes in to close out a game, the whole point is that you can only be disappointed. In this case, there's all upside. You're expecting to lose at that point, so whatever. You watch it, cool. The only thing that can happen other than being like feeling exactly as you would have is that maybe you feel great. Maybe the miracle takes place. Why miss that? So no, I would say very clearly the Larry Salk rule does not apply for when the other team brings in Mason Miller. It's all upside at that point. There's no downside to watching. None. Plus, I got to be honest with you, whether you're rooting for the Mariners or not, watching Mason Miller is just straight up fun. That dude's throwing 102 with a ridiculous hook. Lyle, I'm embarrassed to say, I just remembered this. I had a dream last night about Mason Miller, except he was throwing 111.
I mean, that'd be pretty wild. Although it's only like 6 miles an hour more than he already throws.
Yeah, also, like, it wouldn't have. Do you think it would even feel that much faster than what he's doing? It doesn't feel that far out of reach.
Did we read some of his numbers yesterday?
Yeah. The strikeout numbers?
That he's punched out 80% of his guys.
Yeah. Well, hey, the Mariners only struck out 33% of the time against him. They're doing great.
I think the number that makes me laugh even more is, as we currently said, his FIP is, I don't even know how this is possible, negative 1.28. So he's somehow adding runs back for himself when he pitches?
Yes. How did you do that? Did you see Aaron or hear Aaron's one last night? It's not true anymore because of his outing last night, but I think as of last night he had 18 balls and 20 strikeouts? Maybe it was the other way around. 20 balls and 18. But he was basically striking guys out about as often as he threw a ball. It's just absurd. Which is why I'm going to strongly disagree with this last one. Strongly. Dan Wilson knows it's not Little League, right? He doesn't have to put Legumina into the game. He's the human white flag of surrender. All right, so I'm going to disagree on this one for a couple of reasons. First of all, we used to call Bizzardo the human white flag of surrender, and now he's like one of their better pitchers. So things can change. Legumina's in year 2. I'm willing to give him a little bit of a open mind. But more than that, that's exactly what you want to do in that situation. The Mariners now, today, have exactly one advantage over the Padres, right? Last night, the Padres used the 3 best pitchers in their bullpen. Right? Morhone, absolute filth from the left side. Adam, who didn't pitch up to his usual standard. He's just coming off the IL. And then obviously Mason Miller to close it out, pitching, I believe, his 3rd time in 4 games, which means he's probably not going to be available tonight. We'll see. But the one advantage you now have is that while they used Morhone, Adam, and Mason Miller, you did not use Andres Munoz. You did not use Matt Brash. You did not use any of your top leverage guys. The only reliever who came into that game is Casey Legumina. That's the one advantage you have. You think Dan should have thrown Matt Brash out there in the 8th with the assumption that they were going to come back in the next inning against Mason Miller? Come on. I'm not saying that you give up, and he didn't. I mean, Casey Legumina's on the team. And he's pitched serviceably well. I know he gave up a run. But that's exactly what you have guys like that on your team for. to pitch an inning that you don't want to use your top leverage arms for. So I'm going to strongly disagree with that. I actually thought that was a very smart move by Dan, playing the long game. Remember, that whole idea of 162 battles? It's not untrue, but you can't actually manage every game as if it's the only game. Because he's got 2 more against the Padres. Okay, they won the first one, and they used up some of the great assets, some of the great clubs in their bag. You didn't. So you get to use yours tonight and tomorrow if you want, and maybe he can't. That should be the one advantage you got, and you give up that advantage if you're chasing a game that you're probably not going to win anyway because they're about to bring in the best closer in the universe, maybe the best pitcher in the universe right now. You got to play smart. Kudos to Dan Wilson. He did it. I will strongly disagree with that text. All right. Everything you need to know up next. I'll give you some of these mock draft notes that we've got from Kuiper and McShay and a whole bunch of other good stuff. Coming up next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Go big this spring at Chef Store. That means more fresh meat, produce, and supplies for less, so you can focus on what's next. We're open to the public, no membership required. All that and so much more. Chef Store. Shop big, save bigger.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, what was the initiative to make that call?
I've got something worth preserving for the sake of the people that I serve and my family. So it's important to me.
What did you learn through the process?
The experience with First Mark has been highly professional, informative individuals that have helped me from personal to professional insurance, life insurance, policies, coverage, cyberspace. Things that I was afraid to approach were pretty easily approachable.
How would you say their customer service has been, Aaron?
Absolutely 10 out of 10. I just couldn't say anything higher about First Mark. They've executed very well on as many levels as I could rate them.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
At Big Trees, you don't have to shop alone. Certified arborists are available to help you choose the right trees for your yard. Plus, each tree Big Trees installs offers a 1-year warranty and a free aftercare visit from our board-certified arborists. Come visit the nursery, no appointment necessary, and see our wide selection of species. You'll find the perfect fit for your landscape needs at Big Trees in Snohomish, or visit us online at bigtreesupply.com.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. One of our most popular services is our match-up service, where we use your old door as a template to create a new door in your existing frame. Whether you need an interior or exterior door, this is a great way to change out your doors DIY style. And as long as we have what you need in stock, we currently have available space without a long wait for our same-day match-up service. Please visit us in Shoreline, where there's plenty of good parking. Also, check us out online at franklumber.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Hey, Michael King and the Padres are clearly not the Houston Astros. We knew that going in, but you could sure see the difference last night. Mariners managing just 1 run in a loss to open the series. They didn't threaten a whole lot either. 4 hits, 3 walks. Julio and Randy accounting for 4 of the 7 base runners. Maybe the only positive was they only struck out once in their 3 at-bats against Mason Miller. Other than that, not a lot to love last night.
Woo, ready. Here's the 3-2. Swung on line, drive center field. Julio's not going to get there. It's a hit. Tatis scores. Here's Merrill around third. He's racing home. He scores, and the Padres have the lead. It's 3-1 San Diego. Xander Bogaerts, a 2 RBI single.
Yeah, that was kind of all they would need there. Brian Wu, good, but not quite good enough. He did go 7 innings, but did give up the 3 runs. Afterwards, Dan Wilson, happy with the start, not so much the finish.
Well, I mean, I think, we did pick up the run on the sac fly, and I felt like we were on our way, and it was a good start to the ball game. But then we just, offensively after that, I feel like, we got some traffic, but we just didn't get them in.
Yeah, I understand Mariners fans who feel frustration after hearing Dan after each one of these games, especially the losses. It is relentlessly positive, and it's almost always going to be that way, and I'm sure that's frustrating. I get it. I have zero problems with anybody who finds those comments after the games when they don't score and they don't hit and they look kind of lifeless. Like, I get the frustration after that, but Dan's not speaking to us, even though he is. He's always speaking to his players. That's the only thing I think on his mind. And he wants that relentless positivity because he wants to show them he believes in them. They seem to like that. We'll find out whether or not the strategy works, but I think that's what he's doing. Mariners fall back now to 8-10. 2 more to go in San Diego. Emerson Hancock will be on the hill tonight. Couple of roster moves for the game. Patrick Wisdom called up to replace Rob Refsnyder, who was placed on the paternity list. Right-handed pitcher Blaise Castano was designated for assignments.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, final mock drafts out from a couple of big names. Todd McShay has the Seahawks taking T.J. Parker, who is an edge player from Clemson. Mel Kiper goes with Jadarian Price, which obviously we've seen quite a bit. Rob Staten on yesterday with Bump and Stacy kind of likes Price.
A lot of the data that you look at, whether it's explosive run rate, whether it's yards after contact percentage, whether it's missed tackles force rate, all of these things suggest that Jadarian Price is the kind of player that they need. They need big plays at running back. He provides big plays. So if he is the pick at 32, I'm not going to complain too much about it.
Well, that's good to hear, as long as we're not complaining. Field Yates might. He did not. This is sort of the other side. He does not care for that idea.
I keep hearing possible first round for Jadarian Price, who's clearly in a weak running back class overall, Field.
Yeah, it is.
Clearly the second best running back in this draft.
But I wouldn't make the move in the first round to take this player. You hit on it, Mel, and maybe this is as simple as Jeremiah Love was there, but this is way too one-dimensional of a running back for me to be taken this early. I understand Jeremiah Love soaked up most of the targets. I don't think the Jadarian Price is an above-average pass-catching running back. I think this is an okay pass-catching running back, but not some guy that changes how you play offense because of his receiving skills in the same way that Jeremiah Love does.
Well, I tend to agree with that. I mean, like, if he's not a great pass receiver, that may bump him down. But on the other hand, what do the Seahawks need? They need an explosive running back. Ken Walker wasn't the world's greatest receiver either. They need somebody who can explode with speed out of the backfield.
And it sounds like he's comparing him to Jeremiah Love, which, from what everybody said, I don't know why you would do that. He's
right
in a different.
Yeah, they're not the same, and in a different part of the draft. So, yeah, again, you pick him at 32. It's not the same as picking him at 15, and that may be some of the argument from Field Yates, but I don't have a problem with it. I still would probably be happier if they end up with an edge player there, but I'm certainly not going to complain if they end up with Jadarian Price. Plenty of NFL news this week as well. Adam Schefter trying to break my heart.
I spoke to a couple of different people there. They couldn't have been more adamant that it was just a cap maneuver to work out the contract. Now, what I do think is that it does give Myles Garrett options, and them options in future years becomes easier to trade down the line. Maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, both sides decide, okay, time is right, let's move on from him. He wants to be gone, whatever it may be, whoever wants out. But he's not getting traded this year.
Well, they should trade him this year when they can maximize their value back for him, since they're not going to be good this year. I don't know what they would be waiting for. Why wait? That doesn't make any sense. I appreciate that they're saying that in Cleveland. I don't think that that's a very smart way of them looking at it, though.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Kraken start their short little final road trip tonight. They got one in Vegas, followed by Colorado tomorrow to end the year. Lowest, I believe they can finish as fifth worst in the league, highest being 8th or 9th in terms of draft lottery odds. It gives them somewhere between like a 5 and 8.5% chance of landing the first overall pick. So not great, but also not nothing. They did make a couple of moves yesterday. They call up Yanni Newman, send both Oliver Fisker-Molgaard and Jacob Melanson to Coachella. Am I annoyed? Yeah, I really am. But I got to imagine there's either like they're trying to go win the AHL Cup for Coachella, or maybe there's a restricted free agent thing with time spent at the pros. I don't know, but it feels wrong. I can tell you that. It feels wrong. That's everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We also got some sound, not sound, but we got some behind the scenes. They're not quotes, but feelings from Ron Francis talking about how he never wanted Dan Bylsma and he was kind of pushed out, and that was all Jason Botterill. So I don't know what to make of all that. It seems like a little CYA, but we'll discuss it maybe a little deeper later once Brock gets in. Okay, coming up next, Jeff Passan, relentlessly positive still on these Mariners. Why? Well, you'll have to hear him next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
My feet.
That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
511 is now part of Seattle, and they're celebrating at South Center Mall this Saturday, April 18th. 511 makes purpose-built gear, including pants, shirts, bags, and more, built to handle whatever your day throws at you. Come see it for yourself. Meet pro rider Carrie Hart and enter to win a trip to Salt Lake Supercross, including 2 tickets and $2,000 in cash. Join them from 10 to 6, one day only, Saturday, April 18th at South Center.
Get down with Casey and the Sunshine Band when they take the stage at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Sunday, May 17th at 8 p.m. The iconic 70s group has toured around the world, and now they're bringing their blend of funk, disco, and R&B to Muckleshoot Casino Resort on May 17th. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody is the most emotional issue our clients face. And if you're a divorcing father, the relationship with your children is about to change. But that change doesn't have to be for the worse. Kids already feel the stress of parents who don't get along, but they can thrive after a divorce. Kids trust their dads. Their dads trust Goldberg Jones. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms, so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Fiber on decking is now available at Dunn Lumber, your deck headquarters.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Oh, well, this is always a highlight of the week. Jeff Passan from ESPN joining us. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Gentlemen, how are you?
I think we're doing well. I think everyone in Seattle is feeling a whole lot better after seeing the Mariners just knock around the Astros this weekend. Pretty cool. Pretty fun to see.
I'll say this, and this person who I was talking with is a little bit predisposed to hating on the Astros. So take this for what it's worth. But he said to me, I worry that the Astros are going to lose 100 games this year because their pitching is that bad.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was rough. And it wasn't just Brian Abreu either, you know, getting Tatsuya Mai on the injured list this week, adding to what's already a list that's pretty deep with Hunter Brown and Josh Hader and others on it. The Astros just don't have pitching.
Jeff,
the Mariners thankfully do.
Jeff, they walked 23 batters in the first 3 games of the season. It was 26. They walked 26 batters in the first 3 games.
And hit 3. It's 29.
I don't even know what to make. Can you imagine watching a team for 162 games that was walking near 9 batters a game?
Bro, I grew up in Cleveland.
Oh, another flag.
Do you remember those Indians teams in the 80s?
I do.
Like quite literally the team that I first fell in love with baseball, the 1986 Indians, had something that was literally called the bullpen from hell.
Well, this is the starting rotation from hell. I knew they were bad, but until you actually watch it, I didn't realize they were that bad.
Yeah, it's the rotation from hell. It's the bullpen from hell. It's honestly everything. And
so are they done, Jeff? Or are these injuries where they can come back and kind of weather April and May and get Hunter back and get some of the other arms back? Is this a harbinger of what's to come for the rest of the year for these guys?
So 2 things there. I think a lot of this revolves around Hunter Brown. Anytime I hear shoulder, I'm terrified and shutting him down for 4 to 6 weeks and hoping that he can come back. The Astros have kind of been there before, so maybe this is just something that's precautionary, and because Hunter Brown is a franchise-level pitcher, they're, kid gloving it. That being said, the biggest indictment, I think, of this Astros team, and this is something that organizationally has been an issue for a little while now, is they just don't have depth. They don't have a lot of pitching depth that if the guys who are at the big league level get injured, they can go and dip down into AAA. And it's never going to be one of those things where it's a seamless transition from a guy who's in your rotation to a guy who's down in AAA. There's going to be a downgrade. It's just that the downgrade with the Astros is demonstrably bigger than a lot of other organizations. And that, I think, that lack of depth, we can go and turn it the other way and say, what does depth get you? Look at the Los Angeles Dodgers. It has allowed them in back-to-back seasons to win a World Series essentially the first time through with no starting pitching and the second time through with next to no relief pitching. And that right there is, if you can weather those sorts of deficiencies, then you're going to put yourself in that much better a position to go and win baseball games.
All right, but in the meantime, the Mariners did take advantage. You still have to, take the walks. You still have to get the hits. You still got to score the runs, and they did all that. So while we grant that the Astros pitching is horrific, is this what the Mariners needed to get their bats going and start to see the lineup we all expected to see?
Yeah, I think it's, let's put it this way. It's a lot more like what we thought the Mariners were going to be than what they had been. And we're still, guys, almost 20 games into the season now in a scenario where Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, and Josh Naylor are all slugging 200-something. And I know that's changed and picked up over the last week. Julio's looked really good. Cal, he's had moments, and I think he's going to come around eventually. And then Naylor last night, we finally saw a couple of home runs and him looking more like Josh Naylor. So I think it's going to even out at the end of the day. And that means, maybe Cal Raleigh doesn't hit 60 home runs this year, but is 35 or 40 reasonable? I still think so, which means the Mariners are in for a really good offensive run here, I think, at some point soon. And this may have been the beginning of that.
I tried this question yesterday and got shot down like John Bon Jovi in A Blaze of Glory. So I'm going to try it again with you. It was a different national analyst.
After he answers, after Jeff answers the question, I'm curious if he can guess who shot you down.
I can't tell you how many times I lifted weights or drove to the school at Puyallup High School listening to that song. Yeah, that's a good one. Do you believe in a force multiplier? And I'll give you the context. Devin Witherspoon, according to Mike McDonald, their little nickelback cornerback blitzer, is a force multiplier. He impacts everybody around him in that kind of way. Does baseball have the same kind of impact? Can you be a force multiplier as a individual baseball player in a lineup?
In the lineup, no, I don't think so. Defensively, maybe so, like in center field or at shortstop, or if you can cover a lot of range. But just because when you're batting, it feels like every at-bat is sort of just its own individual battle. And every approach that a pitcher takes toward a hitter is specifically tailored toward that hitter. That being said, I will grant you this, Brock. I think when somebody takes a really, really good at-bat, like, gets 8, 9, 10 pitches deep, that's the sort of thing that I'm not going to sit here and say that it's contagious by any means. I don't, I just don't buy that. But psychologically, I think it says something to other hitters that this guy is vulnerable and you can work him and you can take good at bats and force him out of the game. So in that regard, yes, I will give you that. In terms of who said it, Mike, Ryan Divish?
No, it was a national person who dismissed it out of hand with a flat no.
And when we give you the answer, it makes me think, just ponder for a moment. It makes me think if you, Salk, what was that guy's name? Puck Daddy?
Greg Wyshynski?
Yeah. Puck Daddy, Salk, you, and this guy were in a little room sipping scotch. Who could be the snarkiest?
I mean, Wyshynski's really good.
He is good. This particular baseball writer, though, might be the snarkiest out there.
And it's not Ryan Divish.
No, it's Keith Law.
No, it's Keith Law. Yeah, it's Keith.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we love Keith.
I can see that. I was going to say Andy McCullough as well, but I didn't know why you would have him on.
He's just a flat no.
Was Keith on to talk about Kate Anderson being awesome?
No. Funny you should ask.
Are you joking?
I'm going to play you the sound. It's going to take me a second to find it.
Oh,
Keith did not. We talked about the whole system.
And he did say the Mariners farm system's the best in baseball.
He did.
It is flourishing. He did shoot down my Julio as a force multiplier, and that's okay. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
This was his thought on Kate Anderson.
Kate Anderson does not look very good right now. His velocity has been down. I don't know the full explanation for that. He is, at the very least, not throwing as hard as he did a year ago. Now he's got other weapons. He's got an outstanding changeup. He's barely used when I saw him in March. I don't know what the planning was there. I'm very glad to see he's off to a good start in, I think he said 2 outings so far in Double-A, which is that's a big jump.
He goes on from there, but doesn't look good, but is off to a good start, was Keith's take.
I mean, that's the two things are not mutually exclusive.
Right.
Like that's a real possibility, but at the end of the day, dude, if you're punching 17 in 9 innings, there's something there. Yeah. That does not happen by accident. And I don't know the quality of the opponents that he has faced so far. But I think Keith's absolutely right. Like, the jump from not playing in organized professional baseball to Double-A, oh my. Like that is even for a college pitcher, even for an SEC pitcher, that's a tough jump to make. And to land there and go 9.5, 317 in your first 2 starts, that is quite the way to debut.
Well, yeah, I don't know, Jeff. Like, he's been playing pro ball. Have you seen the LSU? Have you seen the checks they get down to LSU? It's playing a little baseball down there. So, yeah.
I don't entirely disagree with you on that. That is a very fair point. But I thought Kate Anderson was going to go 1-1 last year. Going into draft day, and maybe I should have known better with the Nationals needing as much as they did, that they were going to take the savings from Eli Willits and spread them out over multiple rounds. But for me, Kate Anderson was the best player in the draft last year. And with the number 3 pick, the Mariners got him, and I think he's going to be the guy along with Ryan Sloan, who, man, you could make an argument that the Mariners have the best right-handed and left-handed pitching prospects in baseball.
It's incredible. All right, so let me throw another theory at you. We like testing our theories with you and see where you're at. This is one that dawned on me over the weekend. Actually, as I was watching an at-bat between Edward Bizzardo and Taylor Trammell, do you think there is a possibility that by the end of the year, once we have a lot of data on it, that a stat of failed batter challenges will give us a clue as to which pitchers are nastiest? It dawned on, here's where it came to me. He threw Trammell an absolutely nasty 2-seamer, front door 2-seamer that came back and clipped the plate, and Trammell, utterly confused, tapped his head. I mean, and it was a key part of the game. So, like, I don't blame him. It was a good time to challenge, but it was clearly a strike. And the ball just had so much movement. I'm thinking, I wonder if this could be a way in which you get to see just how nasty some pitchers are, that the hitters are essentially guessing they're just as fooled in thinking it's a strike or a ball as they are in even trying to swing at the damn thing.
So, great question. Let me give you some numbers right now. And these are updated through yesterday. The number of challenges by catchers been 501. Of those 501 challenges, they have been successful 61.9% of the time. So catchers are doing really well. Batters, on the other hand, have challenged 449 times, almost, pretty close, 90% of what catchers are doing. And they have been successful only 46.8% of the time. Yeah. So there's a 15 percentage point delta right there between catchers and batters. And what it tells me is, there is something that, I don't know if it's situationally that is making them choose to do this, but I don't think most of the time it's situation. I think most of the time it's an actual true belief. And it gets back to what Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal were saying to me on the premiere of my podcast, Sources Tell Jeff Passan, now available on all of your favorite podcast platforms, which you can go listen to after Brock and Salk is done.
Well done.
I asked them the first question in the show. I said to them, I know that people say that hitting a 95-mile-per-hour fastball is the hardest thing to do in sports. I continued, I'm not sure I agree. I think pitching is harder than hitting. And, you know, on the show, like, we have it up on YouTube right now, and we have these little pop-ups. Like, remember pop-up video back in the late 90s? They're facts sometimes. They're little snarky comments. And the first pop-up in that episode is underneath Skubal, and it says, sources tell Jeff Passan he's wrong. Because Skubal and Skeens essentially called me an idiot for thinking that. And Skeens is like the perfect person to suggest this because he was a hitter at the Air Force Academy. And in the end, he wound up being a pitcher because, both of them think that hitting is extraordinarily difficult. And this will be, I think, Mike, a really astute way to measure it.
Well, it's also, I think, part of the reason why those challenges are the way they are is also that I think the strike zone is wider than the hitters realize. Because when the ball just clips it, right, that ball is, for all intents and purposes, a ball. It is outside the strike zone, but it's just so I do think that will change it. But I don't know. I like the idea of using ABS to kind of learn more, and I'm not that surprised. I mean, we got some really, really good pitchers.
So if you have those numbers up in front of you, you said catchers have challenged 501, batters 449. How about pitchers?
It's like 4.
If the pitchers, I know George Kirby challenged a couple weeks ago and was correct. Are pitchers way, like, immeasurable on that as far as the number of times they've challenged, Jeff?
Pitchers just honestly don't do it very much. There have been 21 pitcher challenges, and 10 of them have succeeded. Okay. So, these numbers are very interesting. I understand why the batters challenge because they've overturned 61 strikeouts this year. Catchers, on the other hand, have overturned 40 walks. It's I think what the evolution of ABS that we're going to see is the guys spent the first couple weeks getting their feet wet, but now we're at the point where you need to understand what the right time to do this is. And unless it is absolutely egregious and you feel like it's a no doubt challenge win, then you better be pocketing those. And just seeing the teams that have done it right. I look at the Red Sox right now. Red Sox hitters have challenged only 16 times. Their catchers have challenged only 7. Like, what are the Red Sox doing? You have these challenges. Take advantage of them. Don't leave them on the table.
Probably ask that question in general about the Red Sox for their start to the season. Let me ask you, before going national, you were a beat writer, right?
I was never a beat writer, actually.
So you've never done that? I didn't realize that. So you've never covered a beat?
The only beat I ever covered was Fresno State basketball in 2002 and 2003.
That's an amazing fact. I guess I didn't realize that. I thought that you had covered Kansas City for a little while.
No, I got hired as a national baseball writer at 23 years old at the Kansas City Star. With the entire experience I had of covering Major League Baseball was like 10 games over various internships.
It's so bizarre.
But otherwise, no.
Well, all right, then maybe you're not the right person to answer this question, but it was always something I look at as seeing who steps up and talks to the media when things aren't going well. And one thing I've loved about Julio Rodriguez through his first few years here, especially the last couple, is he doesn't talk all the time, certainly not to the local media, but every time it feels like the team is struggling, they've been swept in Houston or the tough last year in Tampa or whatever, Julio always seems to be the one willing to go talk to the media and seems to say exactly the right thing. And it just strikes me as such an important thing to be able to do in a baseball clubhouse, and it makes me appreciative of his leadership skills, which may not be as obvious as someone like Cal Raleigh's, but I think are actually pretty important.
Isn't accountability nice? Like I can't tell you the number of times where something bad's happened and the player has skipped out on it. And look, I used to get angrier about that. Like, how dare he? There's a responsibility, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm like, at the end of the day, whatever that person is feeling in that moment, it's for a reason. And, if they're going to be willing to blow off obligations like that, then it's usually a pretty decent reason. Sometimes it's just immaturity. But point being, anybody who, when things are going wrong, is willing to be a voice, that says something not just about him, but I think about the clubhouse and where accountability matters. And I will never forget the night that Albert Pujols hit that home run to Corpus Christi off of Brad Lidge. It's still like the most impressive home run I've ever seen in person. Brad Lidge stood there and wore it for like 45 straight minutes. There were like 3 different waves of media that came in and asked him the same questions. And he didn't say, I already talked about that. No, he understood that in situations that things had gone wrong, a club having someone who's willing to be the spokesman and to really sort of create the narrative of where they need to be and what they need to do, that stuff matters. And I think it really resonates and says something about the clubhouse and the quality of it.
Hey, Jeff, this is always fun on the start of series when we get a chance to chat with you. Can you set up the Vetter Cup? And how big of a deal is the Eddie Vedder Cup between the Mariners and Padres this week?
I wish I could sit here and say, Brock, that an April series is a big deal. I'm never going to be.
I mean, will it ever be as big as Paul Bunyan's axe?
But
I mean, is it ever
Cup.
going to get to the Big Ten trophies? Are we ever going to get? Is the Vedder Cup ever going to get to be that big a deal, Jeffrey?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you here. When you said the Vedder Cup, I assumed that the Mariners were playing the Cubs.
No, the Padres. No, this is about the two cities that Eddie Vedder lived in, not the team he actually rooted for.
Yes.
When did Eddie Vedder live in San Diego?
Before Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, see, I did not know that.
He came up from San Diego to record with Temple of the Dog and then ended up joining Pearl Jam, is my understanding of the story.
Big deal. It's a big deal.
So that's how...
That's how he ended up on a hunger strike.
I mean...
Is your mind blown this morning?
Song.
Is your mind blown this
Temple
morning?
Temple of the Dog is like... God, it was not a full album either, right?
I think it's a full album, but just one. Maybe it's an LP. I'm not sure, but it's pushing forward back and Say Hello to Heaven and obviously Hunger Strike. Brock doesn't know any of this. It's time to go. Jeff, thank you. It was a good day today. We learned a lot.
I just want to hear Brock say the words "Mother Love Bone."
I only sing Yellow Ledbetter. That's my only Pearl Jam song.
Bye, Jeffrey.
Hey, boys.
Jeff Passan, Tuesdays generally. Sounds like next week, though, he's going to be on Thursday, on draft day. That should be pretty exciting. And then we'll get back to normal with Jeff after that.
He has the big ESPN meetings.
Oh, their big meeting. Yep. We know all about that back from Brock's days there. 206, this is horrible, Maura. 206 says Passan got all the credit for your Julio taking accountability point. Bump and Stacy played Passan's response like it was his idea. Well, that's terrible. That's you know what? I'll have it out with those two. How dare they? It's not like they knew, but that's okay. Don't worry about it.
I labeled it he was asked about
Yeah.
Julio taking accountability.
Yeah.
So
Maybe next time label it, Salk has incredible point about Julio taking accountability that Jeff Passan agrees with. And then they can play that, and they'll really know what's going on.
I'll label cuts from now on.
Could you do that next time, please, Laura? Brock's in next. It's his 50th. We'll wish him a happy birthday and probably talk about the Mariners. Coming up on Brock and Salk.
After reaching the NFL's mountaintop,
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
the work continues for the Seahawks to keep the foundation strong. It's the 2026 NFL Draft. Next Thursday, April 23rd. Only Seattle Sports begins its first-round draft coverage with a reigning NFL Executive of the Year.
Who are the real Seahawks?
The John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. with Brock Hughes, Michael Bumpus, Steve Wyman, and host Bob Stelton live until 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to adopt for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ Way.
Let Olympic help you create the ultimate home contrast therapy studio. Pair a relaxing Tilo sauna with our revitalizing Vigor cold plunge. Save up to $5,000 when you buy both. These massive savings end April 30th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is the story of the one.
As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Happy birthday, Brock. Happy 50th birthday.
Was I really 33 when we started this show?
You really were.
Oh my gosh.
You really were. No, you were 32 when we started the show.
That's true.
You were 30. You were almost 33. You were 32 years old.
Gosh.
Yep.
So rewind that back. Cut this. That's 17 years. So then go like 32, 33 back to 16 years old. Like that's the same amount of lifespan I've spent with you.
Yeah.
From my like 16 to 33, now 33 to 50.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what you've done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have been with you for so long. It's almost like an entire life growing up through going to high school. It's really horrifying how long we've been here together. But happy birthday.
Thank
my
you,
mom
buddy.
says my mom just texted. She wanted to say Mazel Tov when making it to 50. I thought for your 50th today, rather than complain about the Mariners not hitting yesterday, because we all know what happened. We all watched the game. They didn't do much.
Yep.
I thought instead of doing that, I would read to you from an article called 15 Life Lessons I Learned by 50 that I wouldn't have believed in my 20s, and see how many of these things you feel like you know.
Good.
All right. This is by somebody named Phil Bean.
Okay. And I would like to share the line that Titus said to me last night. That was pretty epic.
What was that? It's like, damn, you're old?
He said, you're 50 tomorrow. Are you ready to die?
Oh, jeez.
And I was like, yeah. If I go, he's like, I said, if I go, I'm good. He's like, you're right. You've lived a full life. Nothing from here is going to be better than what you lived.
Damn.
I said, Titus, are you kidding me? I'm going to get to watch Macy play in the WNBA. You're going to be in the NFL. We're going to have grandkids. Are you kidding? I got so much more of life to live.
I feel like the grandkids thing is probably the most likely and happening the most quickly. But
yes,
in any event, wow. Thanks, Titus. Appreciate that. Remind me not to talk to Titus on my 50th, because I will not be ready to die at any point. Jeez.
Your best years are behind you.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm ready to go.
You've lived a full life. You got to do everything. You got to play.
Full? The one thing I can't wait for in life is retirement.
He just kept digging.
Wow.
Kept digging.
That's just not right.
Oh, beautiful.
All right, so here are some lessons learned during my half century on this planet by Phil Bean.
Have I learned these?
Have you learned any of these? Number one, be kind. The benefits of being kind, or at the very least courteous, far outweigh the effort you put in.
I would co-sign on that.
All right.
We've had a few conversations about not burning bridges.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to do, but it is the right thing to do generally.
Yep.
Number two, I know myself better than anyone else. I don't let anyone else's opinions control what I do, what I wear, what I say. Other people's opinions are suggestions. Take them or leave them.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Except on the what to wear thing.
Yeah, I would say Molly knows me pretty darn well, and obviously has to dress me. And yeah, I'm going to guess some of my gifts tonight will be outfits for Italy.
Yeah.
I imagine myself looking like Hannibal Lecter in Italy.
Sure.
When he was there teaching. So, yeah, it'd be great.
Number 3, everyone else is as worried and insecure as you are. Some people just hide it better. It doesn't mean they're smarter or better than you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Number 4, laugh it off. If you make a mistake, fall down, do something dumb, just laugh it off. Other people and you will forget it a lot faster if you just let it roll off your back. Everyone makes dumb mistakes.
Yep. Got to keep laughing.
That definitely is true here. It's not like we ever make mistakes on this show. Number 5, fitting in is highly overrated. Be you. Confidence is sexy. Besides, great leaders didn't get where they are by following the crowd.
Confidence is sexy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Number 6, don't stay in a bad relationship, even if it's for the kids. Oftentimes, kids really thrive outside the bounds of a toxic relationship. Have you learned that one yet, Brock?
No.
Okay, maybe that one will come. Number 7, it's just stuff. Sure, it gets broken often, sometimes accidentally by people you love, and that's annoying, but your stuff can be replaced. You can never erase the hurtful words you say to the person you love because they broke your stuff. Have you learned that one yet, Brock?
That's an old Frank Steganism right there, man. You think you own this stuff owns you.
Yeah.
And as you get older, you do realize that materially. So that's why you don't like memorabilia. You don't like stuff.
No.
You don't like jerseys.
That's just because I don't have enough money to afford a big enough house. Like, if I had a bigger house, maybe I'd put some stuff in there, but I'm not wasting the precious space we have with crap.
No, sir.
That's not happening. Number 8, you're probably a lot smarter than you give yourself credit for being. Now, that part I would disagree with. I don't think you are.
No.
I think you give yourself exactly the right amount of credit for being smart. Number 9, don't judge. You don't know all the facts. Brock, this one is for you. You've not fully learned this one yet. This one is still to come.
Yes.
That lady speeding down the road with her toddler unbuckled in the back seat, maybe panicked, heading for the hospital for an emergency that you can't see. That big kid having a tantrum in the store, maybe on the autism spectrum, and is having a meltdown, which he or she hates as much as you do. I'm not going to read this next one. I don't feel comfortable saying that. Although maybe you do need to hear this, Brock. So I'll read it, understanding that there's something Brock needs to hear.
Maybe they got some eating challenges.
That fat lady in the bikini may have lost 100 pounds so far, and she's pretty damn proud of what she's done. So don't shame people.
Really slow metabolism. I get it. I understand. Okay, fine.
All right. Do you think you'll learn that one in your next 10 years? Maybe that can be a goal for your 50s.
Thanks.
Number 10, never lose your inner child. Dance, sing, skip.
Yes.
All of that.
I love that.
Okay. That's definitely something you've learned. All right, we got 5 to go. Number 11, don't make major decisions to please other people.
That's true.
Maybe your parents expect you to go to college, but you just want to go to trade school and become an auto mechanic. Is that something you've got to learn at 50?
No, I hope you learned that before.
It feels like something you better have learned a long time ago.
Yep, but work-life balance is still, that's always a good.
You make some decisions to please other people.
I do, because I love what I do.
Yeah.
I love this.
But you make decisions sometimes to please Molly.
Yes. Yep, that's true too.
But that's also something you should learn by 50. Number 12, don't beat yourself up about stuff. Do what you can to fix your mistakes. Then move on. Guilt is only good for pushing you toward making things right again. After that, it becomes shame. And shame is a toxic substance that will eat you up inside.
Just don't shame that man.
I don't think you have that problem.
No.
You don't beat yourself up for a long time.
Nope.
Number 13, enjoy life. Stop to smell and admire the flowers. Wonder, smile at strangers. Okay, well, that's fine. Number 14, life goes by really, really fast. Live each day so that at the end you're reveling in how amazing your life was, not regretting all the things you did or didn't do.
Amen.
Do you do that?
Amen. I think I do. I move pretty fast. I would say not being on the road all last fall and being more present definitely allowed you to feel that, right? That's what we talk about a lot. Can you be present? Are you really here? Or is your mind like on the radio show? Or is your mind on the game this weekend? Is your mind on the Friday night? Can you be present in the moment?
What'd you say?
What, huh?
Oh, sorry. Final one, Brock. Number 15. And I'm curious to know how this person learned this at 50. Life is better after 50.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know that? You just turned 50. Maybe it gets worse. I'm going to guess it gets worse. Life's not better after 50. Don't you think life was probably better when you were like, I don't know, 25? What do you mean life gets better after 50? No, it doesn't. That seems ridiculous. That feels like not really
Did
like
Titus
being
write
honest.
that one? Did Titus write that last one?
I mean, come on. You're 50. You're halfway to 100.
Yes.
You're 30 years to 80.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
You doing okay?
10 years to 60.
I know.
How am I 10 years
Is that the one that'll get you 60?
Yes.
More than 50?
I'm 10 years away from 40. I remember 40. I mean, now I'm only 10 years to 60?
60. Pretty remarkable. All right. Well, there you go. That is a resounding happy birthday for Brock from a ton of our listeners, from everybody here, all of us. Happy birthday, buddy.
What are you going to be, 48? Molly asked me that.
I will be 48
in
a couple weeks. Yeah, so I've got a couple of...
Yeah, you got a couple years.
I got a couple years before I have to have the same conversation.
You won't learn these things, or you got 2 more years to keep learning those things.
Brock, in 2 years, I'm going to be very mature, and I will have learned all of those things.
Smell the roses.
Don't worry, Lyle will keep you young.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. All right, we got a full day.
Did you hear the passion and the emotion and the kindness of Lyle wishing me a happy birthday?
Happy birthday, Brock. That's kind of how that went. It was almost like a
whatever.
Yeah, it was a rote like. Lyle, was that the best, most like? Give us another happy birthday,
give me
a warm happy birthday.
I don't know. I thought I just said happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday.
I love you, Lyle.
Can you say it with warmth?
Happy birthday, Brock Heward.
No, that's not warm. Try it again. You can do this. I believe in you. Let's take a deep breath. Get into character, and now say, happy birthday, Brock. All right. We'll let you off the hook. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
We had the John Schneider show yesterday. He's in rarefied air, I think, with the fan base. He could pretty much make any move he wants, and the fans are going to go, okay, yeah, I'm on board.
There's one. Draft at number 32, draft a kicker. there we go. I think that's the only thing we could do.
Well, all of a sudden, that guy's booting 66-yarders on the regular, and people are going, see?
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
See, we're talking celebrations today. You can celebrate Mom next month because it's going to be Mother's Day, right? Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel has Mother's Day weekend giveaway that's going to be great. You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled up with prizes. That's Saturday and Sunday, May 9th and 10th. Don't forget to book a stay also at the new hotel. Perfect for Mother's Day weekend. Elevate your next getaway by combining that effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. A beautiful hotel room. Go to snocasino.com to book, or for more details, it is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation, or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
As spring picks up, Chef Store helps you keep pace. Stock up on the essentials from fresh meat and seasonal produce to frozen foods, syrups, sauces, and supplies. Open to the public, no membership required. Chef Store. Buying big, made easy.
Hear that? Sounds like simple. Valvoline Instant Oil Change simple. No appointments. About 15 minutes to change your oil. Then out the door and back to life.
Yeah, honey, on my way.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Expert service doesn't need to be overcomplicated.
I'm Stacey Rost, and here with my friend Mark Clymer, GM of Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, I know for me, when I go to a dealership, I just don't want to feel pushed into buying something.
Hey, I'm just like you, Stacey. I don't want to feel pressured when I'm trying to buy something either. So we understand that, and so do all of our employees. The bottom line is we'll give you the information that you want. We'll take care of you from beginning to end, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, we understand. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one.
I think the thing that I want most is to be able to trust the person I'm working with. It's a huge investment, and I got to be honest, I don't know a ton about cars.
Second largest thing most people ever buy next to a home. So you're right. You want to make sure you're buying from a reputable place, you want a warranty, and you want to make sure you're covered for any reason you change your mind. And we offer that. 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee.
And congratulations on 104 years in Auburn. That's a big deal. Check out the 104th anniversary sale going on now with great prices. That's Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? Hey, Brock Heward here, and working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years, and you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months, plus mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here, so go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hi, Andy Klein here. There's something special about a baseball game. The moments and the memories. At Klein Jewelers, that's exactly how we feel about our diamonds. They're a beautiful reminder of life's biggest moments. We're here to help you find the perfect diamond or beautiful piece of jewelry to celebrate your engagement, anniversary, birthday, promotion, or just because. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Shine with Klein.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it turns out, Brock, Michael King, not a Houston Astros pitcher. He's a little better, and he was pretty darn good yesterday against the Mariners. We kind of knew it going in, but you really could see the difference. They managed just 1 run. They
had their chances, though. Like second and third inning, they had him on. I actually thought he threw a ton of uncompetitive pitches. When I watch these games now, like the ball moves so much, it's so challenging. Anything in and around the zone, I get it. It's really hard. But when guys make, and there were a lot of just, like I don't even have to make a swing decision. That's out of the zone early. Not in the 4th and the 5th and the 6th. But in the 2nd and 3rd inning, when they loaded the bases,
I thought he had some pretty nasty stuff.
His 2-seamer to lefties. I don't know how you hit that.
It's impossible.
How do you hit that?
I don't know.
What do you do with that? There's no way.
You're right. He made some mistakes outside the zone, but he made enough quality pitch. I mean, he's just really good, and they didn't do much against him. I mean, 4 runs, 3 walks, and it was really just Julio and Randy. Julio had 2 walks, Randy had 2 hits. That's 4 of your 7 base runners, and so they just didn't really manage much at all.
Well, I mean, I think we did pick up the run on the sac fly, and I felt like we were on our way, and it was a good start to the ball game. But then we just, offensively after that, I feel like, we got some traffic, but we just didn't get them in.
Not a lot of traffic. The bummer with that too, like when I say that about that guy, and it's not to diminish him because King's a good pitcher, and the movement is ridiculous. Is Woo's better? Like, this is an old NFL conversation we have. Well, like, you know what? Okay, these teams are pretty even.
Yep.
We got a lot of good players, but I'm gonna trust the quarterback. I'm gonna trust this quarterback over that quarterback. And I think Woo's a better pitcher. He just got a little unlucky, and they got a couple hits when it mattered, and you did not, and you lose 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I know people get frustrated with the that's baseball thing, but yeah, you're right. Brian Woo is better than Michael King, but last night those hits got jumbled together.
Balk, by the way.
Huh?
The balk?
Yeah. I guess
what was it?
It's that Naylor can't be that far off the bag.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so they were probably looking for that, I would think, after the call the other day, or the pickoff play the other day. Okay. And so you can only be so. I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that either.
Yeah, apparently.
I was wondering, did he not step off the rubber?
I think it's all because the whole idea is you're not supposed to try to be able to fool a runner into thinking that the ball's being pitched. Right? That's the whole idea of a balk. Like, you can pick off, but you're not supposed to be able to fool the runner. Yeah. And let's face it, Major League Baseball wants more running in the game. So.
Did Lyle enjoy the crew chief yelling at Woo to get back on the mound?
I'm sure he did.
Did you enjoy that, Lyle? You get back on the mound. Get out of my face.
Yeah, I'm going to go with no. Shocker, an umpire wants to be a part of the show. What else is new?
The roster moves before the game. Patrick Wisdom called up. Rob Refsnyder's on the paternity list. Brock, that's good news, I'm sure. And then...
that's going to get him turned around.
Yeah, I would think so. There's nothing like having a baby to really help you focus.
Yes.
You should be in great shape after that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, I should say Emerson Hancock goes tonight. Final mock drafts are out. Couple of big names. Let's see. So you asked Brock, Mel Kiper. His is out today. He's got the Seahawks taking Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame. Add him to the list. Todd McShay, 4.0 mock draft out today. He has them taking TJ Parker, edge from Clemson. What do we make of those two?
Yeah, I had a great dialogue. I don't think the Hitman would mind sharing a little behind the scenes now that the ESPN mock draft is also out. So why don't you put that one in the list too, Salk? All right, all the ESPN Insider. Well, maybe it's not out. Maybe it doesn't come out until tomorrow.
I haven't seen that.
Maybe I should shut my mouth.
Maybe I haven't seen that one yet.
Maybe I'm in the story right there.
I thought you would learn some of these things by the time you got to 50.
Maybe by the time you're 50, you should have a little decorum. So I'm going to just wait till that one comes out. But one of those two names was on that list for Brady. And Joel Klatt's going to join us. I chatted with him a little bit yesterday and said, yeah, we'll just kind of be heavy Seahawks and draft and what you're seeing. And he's a week away to join, from joining Charles and DJ there at the draft.
Tell me, I think I know enough about Jadarian Price, and I've got a lot of sound here about him, but TJ Parker?
Yeah, that's not a name that I've heard from my peeps around that situation.
Okay.
So, that's not to say that Clemson guys can't go on and have success, because plenty have through the years, but I have not heard that maybe just from a fit standpoint. And that's not saying I've heard he's not that guy. I just have not, in the conversations I've had, that's not some of the rumblings.
Hasn't come up.
No.
All right. This
big, long, athletic dude, though. Again, one of these edges, and there's a bunch of them that are pretty talented.
I confess to not knowing how to pronounce this guy's name. He's Todd McShay's co-host, Steve Mensch. It's Muench. Moinch? I'm not sure. But he really likes Jadarian Price.
Yeah. Notre Dame's Jadarian Price, it might be behind Jeremiah Love on the depth chart. He is not a number 2. This is a guy that went over like 740 yards for Notre Dame last year. I think could have gone anywhere in the country. I read an article from the South Bend Tribune that said as much, that he had several teams that were trying to get him to go somewhere else. And instead, he stays at Notre Dame and is willing to return kickoffs and help his team in that way. He doesn't play a big role as a receiver, but he pass blocks, man. And he competes. And then you add on what he is as a runner. We talk about slow to and quick through the hole, right? Like slow to, where you're allowing blocks to develop, quick through. As soon as you see that crease, you're going to explode. He excels in that area.
I mean, he sounds a lot like Ken Walker.
Yeah, slow to, explode through.
Not a great pass receiver, but
Ken was a step faster. Ken was like a high 4.3s.
Okay.
This guy's a low 4.5s, at least at the combine, for whatever that's worth. Short area quickness off the charts. That's where he's best. Just watching his tape laterally.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah. You want to take another first-round running back?
Not really, no.
Remember last time I did.
I kind of want a first-round edge player, but you
Got
don't
average
like
5
you don't
yards.
like the T.J. Parker guy, so we'll have to move on for now.
5 yards a carry.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Final road trip of the year starts tonight for the Kraken. They'll be in Vegas, then Colorado tomorrow to end the season. Lowest they can finish, I think, is 5th worst in the league. Highest is 8th, I believe, maybe 9th. I was looking through it last night. Basically, they'll have between like a 5 and 8.5% chance of landing the first overall pick, which isn't great, but it's also not nothing. Making moves yesterday, they called up Yanni Newman for these last couple, and they sent down both Oliver Fisker-Molgaard and Jacob Melanson in some sort of twisted desire to torture me. Maybe there's some sort of an AHL thing where they're trying to win that, or maybe it's a restricted free agent thing. I don't fully understand their CBA at all. But it felt wrong. Just tell you that. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Dude goes out there and takes on Andre the Giant, and you're like, yeah, thanks. We're going to send you down the next day. Just doesn't feel right. Okay.
Gosh, you've got an affinity for him that you've had for very few players in 17 years.
7 hits in 7 minutes. Yeah, that'll do it. You listened to the Rick Bowness sound yesterday, right? Columbus Blue Jackets coach. Rick Bowness.
Oh.
You listened to that, right? As he was ranting and raving. And what was one of the things he was mad about? 3 hits in the whole game.
Yep.
This guy had 7 hits in 7 minutes himself.
Yep.
Yeah, because
I was worried that guy was going to have a stroke. I thought you sent that to me. Is like, oh,
he's been around a long time, Rick Bowness. I remember him coaching the Bruins in the early 90s. He's been around coaching forever.
He was so mad.
Oh, he was so mad at his team, and understandably so. Yeah. All right. Coming up next, Dianna Russini has resigned. So is the story over? Not quite. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Seattle Storm cleaned up in the WNBA draft, taking Spanish center Amafam Thiam at number 3 overall, and then acquiring LSU superstar Flau'jae Johnson.
Yeah, I was a baller. She's your modern big man. She can dribble, she can shoot. Flau'jae, low-key, was one of like the first real modern athletes to get paid. Man, I know a lot of people focus on the men's game when it comes to that, but Flau'jae needs to be in this conversation too, man. She's a pioneer.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports.
Well, on this 50th birthday of mine, all right, I think it's fair on this day at least, I can ask you 3 questions, and I'd love for you to answer them honestly. Number 1, do you 100% know that you got the right insurance coverage to protect all of the needs in your family? Are you paying the lowest possible price each and every single month? And should you need that insurance, could you pick up the phone, skip the phone tree bond, and actually talk to a human being? Well, when Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, it was pretty eye-opening. We were undercovered, and we were overpaying. So do what we did. Take the First Mark Challenge and become the next victory. First Mark goes to work for you, not the insurance carriers, to get you the best coverage at the lowest price. And First Mark gives you real person customer support. First Mark Insurance has helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands of dollars along the way. They can do the same for your local business as well. Take the First Mark, be the next First Mark victory. Take the challenge right now. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. They win for you.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Thinking about upgrading your water heater? Snohomish PUD can help. Right now, you can get $1,000 back when you install a qualifying heat pump water heater. These systems use far less energy than standard electric tanks, which means lower electric bills for you. Oh, nice. Choose an eligible model, apply for your rebate within 90 days, and get cash back from PUD. Learn more at snowpud.com/rebates.
All right, professional landscapers, a quick heads up.
Right now is the best time of the year to upgrade your lawn equipment because the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event is happening April 9th through the 19th. You can get up to 20% off Gravely commercial mowers, the machines pros count on for consistent results and season-long reliability. If you're adding to your fleet or upgrading this spring, now's the time. Stop by your local Gravely dealer today.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeService.com.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Brock. Dianna Russini resigned yesterday. That was not surprising to anybody who's been following this story. There was no way she was going to be able to continue to do her job. She tried to tweet out some information, and people just shouted her down. And obviously, once the investigation started, like she was never going to be in that job. You just couldn't keep doing it. So she says yesterday that the allegation, I'm summarizing what was
very defiant.
Said the allegations were false, but that she wants to resign because of the leaks in the investigation and to stop all of the media speculation from hurtling forward. She provided no alternative facts.
No
alternative evidence, as Maura has said a couple of times, I think accurately. If you were on a girls' trip, like you say, why, like every other girls' trip, aren't there hundreds of pictures of all of the girls hanging out at your nice hotel?
A beautiful resort with 6 of your girlfriends.
Yeah.
And there's no photos.
You know what, though? None of them had a phone. They forgot their phones, all of them.
Really?
Remember you forgot your phone a couple weeks ago, Maura?
No, they took it away at that resort, like the Masters.
All 6 of them forgot their phones.
You can't bring your phone
Super
into that
sad.
resort. So.
Okay, so forgetting about the Dianna Russini part of it, I mean, it sounds to me like she just doesn't want that investigation to move forward, although they say they're going to move forward with the investigation. She, again, isn't offering any facts to counter any of the speculation. She just says, please stop speculating. Like, oh, okay, we'll get right on that. I would imagine The Athletic allowed her to do this in exchange for some sort of promise not to sue, right? Like, hey, we'll let you just sort of move on out of here and resign rather than being fired or whatever in exchange. I'm sure that there was some sort of something she had to sign.
I read her contract was up in June as well.
Right.
So maybe this is just just resign. We'll pay you through June and be on your way.
Yeah, and don't sue. But meanwhile, I think there's 2 other parts to the story. I mean, like, she's been talked about a lot. I think everyone kind of has their opinions on what she's done and kind of what happens next. I think there are a couple of other legs to this story. One of them is The Athletic / New York Times, who owns The Athletic. Because did you read any of the stuff from Steven Ginsburg, who's her editor there? He was the guy who initially defended her right away, like on spec, which I thought was iffy, right? Right away comes is like, we believe her. She's right. She's our person. We're right there behind her. This didn't happen. And then I guess a lot of people in the newsroom were like, what are you talking about? Like, if she is sullying the name of what we do, not just The Athletic, but the New York Times, and getting paid a lot of money to do it, you could have a full-on revolt and meltdown in your newsroom. And so he writes to his whole newsroom, hi, all, I'm writing to let you know that Dianna Russini has submitted her resignation effective immediately. While I can't share the details of our investigation, I want to emphasize that the leadership of The Athletic has taken this matter seriously from the moment we learned about it, kind of. Our coverage at The Athletic is deeply rooted in our integrity and our commitment to earning the trust of our audience. Our newsroom has thrived because of our core journalistic values. We'll always ensure they're protected. When this situation was brought to our attention last week, there were clear concerns, but we received a detailed explanation, and it was our instinct to support and defend a colleague while we continued to review the matter. As additional information emerged, new questions were raised that became part of our investigation. While our investigation into her conduct is ongoing, she chose to resign. We will continue a standards review of her work that Mike Seymour is leading. Amid all of this, I want to sincerely thank everyone for continuing to produce the best sports report in the business. I'm looking forward to focusing on our journalism and continuing momentum. Stephen, in other words, please don't revolt. I'm sorry I screwed this thing up at the beginning. Yep. Please don't revolt. We need you all. Yep. So that's another side note to this is, and I think it's a positive that while they may have screwed it up at the beginning, there are enough people in that newsroom trying to hold their leadership accountable that they're not going to let them get away with just kind of trying to brush it under the rug or ridiculous denial.
Yep. Yeah, because I mean, in this day and age, and we've talked through lots of these stories over the years, Salk, the Tiger Woods, all these different sports stories that are really totally off the field stories. Like, the information is going to get out. I sent you Marcellus Wiley's 6-minute, really passionate just video of him talking about. You think you can delete things? They're on the footprint. They're out there. You may delete them on your own phone, but what you do and the your fingerprints that you leave on these devices, they're there, and you're just not going to brush things under the rug anymore. Now, the other side of this story is, I think, your old co-host, right? Who was your co-host when you were in Boston?
Michael Hawley?
Yeah. Did you see his report?
No.
Yeah, he did a report talking to a few players with New England and thinking, wow, the players not
but they cared. They cared a lot. Well, I want to get to that part because I think that is maybe the more interesting part. As far as I'm concerned, to put a bow on the Russini side of it, I think she gets what she deserves. I don't have a lot of sympathy given that she tried to take a shortcut, I think, and made it harder for other women in the business to establish their own credibility. Plus, I think she'll end up with a deal at Barstool or Outkick or something like that. She'll end up being just fine. But what about Vrabel? I do think there's a pretty significant conversation to be had there, and I'm going to strongly disagree with this take from Colin Cowherd, who said this yesterday.
Don't confuse moral and ethical. Diana's in a space where it's moral and ethical. Mike's is moral. And again, these are allegations. That's the other reason I don't talk about it. But I do want to create or provide clarity on that when you say, well, why doesn't the mainstream? I don't think mainstream broadcasters, writers talk about moral stuff. If it becomes ethical, if a reporter gets fired for this, then that means the New York Times discovered ethical breaches.
Okay, I understand what he's saying, but I'm also going to disagree. How is it only moral for Vrabel and not ethical?
Can you define that a little bit?
I think what he's saying.
So moral is obvious, right? Moral is you're both married,
right?
Right.
There's an immorality to cheating on your spouse.
100%.
The ethical thing is was
what
she
is
sleeping
ethical?
with a source? Right? Are you?
What's different between ethical and professional?
Well, it's professional ethics. The ethics of your profession.
Okay.
I think is what he's saying
if you
there.
literally look up the definition of ethical, under it says key aspects of ethical behavior, professional standards.
Right. Yeah, it's not a rising to
These
the
are the
standards set
professional
for your
standards.
job.
Yes. Okay.
But I don't understand how Mike Vrabel is living up to his professional standards here. I don't understand how that is not as ethical. All right, maybe hers is more obvious, but I don't understand how this isn't akin to trading information for sex. If we're going to get on Dianna Russini and say she was trading sex for information, right? That's the ethical complaint against her. Well, the other person was part of the trade too. Somebody else had to give her the information. And if he's giving her information in exchange for sex, and I don't know the details of what's going on or how the relationship worked or what their arrangement was or any of that. We don't know enough of those facts to confirm it. I would guess that maybe it's unspoken. But isn't this exactly the type of stuff that the Me Too movement was trying to end? The idea of I, as a man, have some level of power, or in this case, information, and I'm willing to give it to you if there is sex involved. That to me feels like the same thing that all these studio executives and all these other folks, now maybe it wasn't as explicitly stated.
Or what if she was the one,
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters, honestly. Now, that's why I said
If
it may
he was
not have been.
giving her information about the team, whether it was
initiated
that was the
by
purpose
whomever.
of their relationship or not, why is that not considered unethical on his end as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm
and
sorry.
Then, did
I
you
think
see
it
what's
is.
written on the walls of that facility? Did you see some of that? And I think that's where some of this, it does matter for these players about the decisions that you make on and off the field, like how you carry yourself, the Patriot, like that isn't that doesn't this run counter?
It does, and I don't know
so
how you
much
go
of that?
follow him into battle next year. So as of now, Mike Vrabel is escaping unscathed. He hasn't been forced to talk about it, but I don't think that's
won't, though.
right.
He's
at
going
all.
to have to. The way that this media cycle works in the NFL, they're not going to let that go. People are not going to let that go. He's going to have to get in front of the microphone. He's going to have to address it. He can say it's a personal matter. Don't want to talk about it. Like, well, hold on a second. Then what the personal matters of your team and your players you talk about.
Yeah,
and they get talked about.
That's why I'm going to disagree again with Colin. Like, I think that this is an ethical matter. I'm sure that if he were to have cheated on his wife, and you said with a person out of the business entirely, the players, while they not all of them would necessarily be okay with that, there are others in that room who I'm sure have done the same thing. And we've seen time after time that players are generally pretty willing to forgive each other for just about everything. I mean, the number of sins committed by players that have been excused by their teammates or others in the league is truly shocking. Truly shocking. But this is giving away information about your team. And doing it publicly in a very embarrassing way and getting caught. So I strongly disagree with Colin's take there.
I kind of still regret you and I holding hands. In
Yes, that was gross.
A week later,
Let's not do that again.
It's still kind of icky to me.
Now there is one. There is also this. This is Mike Florio and Chris Sims, and this is sort of a weird situation as Chris Sims is trying to talk about things he's heard.
I'd shoot you straight. These are things that I've been texting with about my friend with my friends in the coaching world. Even their wives are involved in the conversation as well.
Stay on target. Stay on target.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Careful. I'm trying to. You never see Star Wars?
Yeah.
You see Star Wars?
Yeah.
As Luke is going down I don't know. I'm not enough of a Star Wars nerd to know all the terms, but his wingman is telling him stay on target.
Right.
I'm just giving you. I don't look. There's a lot there, and there's only so much that is reported and known.
What are you hiding?
I don't know why. I don't know why he felt like the problem was that he needed to explain to Chris the Star Wars reference.
Yes.
No, Mike, it's not about the Star Wars reference. Why are you telling me to stop talking? What don't you want out there? What don't you want me to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel, speculating is one thing, obviously, and maybe he's trying to keep them from burying people just through speculation, but...
Or that, people will then dig into what wives and what coaches and how many...
But I was absolutely interested in hearing what sorts of things, even if I don't know the names associated, what sorts of reaction other coaches and wives and everyone else are having. I think that is absolutely part of the story, and I don't think that's dangerous speculation.
Do you think back at all through any of this? Have you thought through Lyle Mora, our interview with Tom Brady? And when we asked him about Mike Vrabel on this very show, what was the first thing he said? What was the first thing he said?
I don't remember.
You really don't remember?
No.
Mora, do you remember the first thing Tom Brady said when we asked him about Mike Vrabel setting up the Super Bowl and everything else? And did you think Vrabel would be a coach and a Super Bowl coach one day?
What was it?
Oh, he was an a-hole.
He did say that. Yeah,
Yes,
you're
he did.
right.
Yeah.
Well, and I've heard that about Vrabel before. I don't know Mike Vrabel. I've sort of heard, the words I heard was that he was like a bully who would stuff kids in lockers.
Yeah.
Like he sort of had that personality.
My coach
To
was
be fair, I thought he said he went to Ohio State, so he's an a-hole.
Yeah. Doesn't mean those two things are mutually exclusive. Yeah.
Yeah. He's and I exactly heard many of the same thing. Kind of a gruff, kind of a bully. He's obviously was a tremendous leader for them. He turned a 4-win team to a Super Bowl contending team.
But I just think it's
honestly,
I think
he's going to have to address this. The whole she gets fired, double standard. He's going to have to address this.
There's something not right here. And by the way, I think she should be fired. I have no, or resign. I have no problems whatsoever with the fact that she's now out of a job. She's not going to be able to do her job.
I appreciate how many women are pissed at her.
Absolutely. They should be.
This is ridiculous.
Absolutely.
We're fighting to gain this credibility and this integrity. And again,
But the idea that Mike Vrabel gets to skate off at the end of this because, whatever, all he did was have an affair, that's one thing, fine. But it feels very similar anyway, at least to me, like a lot of the Hollywood
execs. So who comes
execs.
at Mike Vrabel, professionally? Does Robert Kraft?
I don't know. People in the media. We're the only ones to do things like that. So I'll ask the question. I don't have the ability to, quote unquote, go after Mike Vrabel, nor am I really looking to put myself in the center of the story. No. But I do think that some of the investigative journalists and opinion makers, whether they be in Boston or nationally, would absolutely need to be asking some of these questions because I don't think it's right that she gets one treatment and he gets one that is completely different. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can. Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, we saw a redraft of the 2025 draft done by Nick Bumgarner of The Athletic, presumably an ethical reporter there. How did it play out for the Seahawks?
Pretty instructive. It was pretty cool to see this, actually. I was very curious where Gray Zabel and ultimately Nicky Mamwari and what all that would look like. How high do you think in that redraft Nicky Mamwari went? What would be your gut?
Top 10.
Number 5 to Jacksonville. Instead of trading for Travis Hunter and doing
5.
all that, he went number 5 to Jacksonville.
So that was a pretty good pick in the second round.
He got that kind of impact in the second round. Feels a little Bobby Wagner-ish, to be honest with you. And some of the other great second-round picks, Tyler Lockett, Frank Clark, a bunch of them that they have made over the years. But, yes, he went number 5. Gray Zabel. This was also kind of instructive. I said to you last year, I remember sitting there at the draft and discussing it with you and afterwards saying, gosh, you know what felt different this year? Is that so many of these organizations have gotten a little smarter. I think they're operated by a lot of young whippersnappers with a lot of data and a lot of information, and they frankly just did the right thing. Dallas did the right thing in drafting their big guy. Tight end to Indianapolis did the right thing. Even Colston Loveland impressed as a top 10 pick in Chicago. So there was not a ton of redrafts until you got to 16, and Arizona would have taken Gray Zabel at 16.
Well, that would have been hard for the Seahawks because they needed
that would have been really
Thank God that didn't. Thank God the Arizona Cardinals are who they are.
That's right.
So what did they have the Seahawks doing?
Then they took the linebacker out of UCLA, Schlesinger, who was the NFC.
He was good.
Yeah, he was a defense player, rookie defense player of the year.
I still think that wouldn't have been as helpful for them. I mean, like that would have been a good pick, but
no, it would not.
All right.
No.
Question number 2.
You know what? Actually, I think would have happened.
Yeah.
I think they would have tried to trade down, but ultimately, I know a guy that they were pretty enamored with, and I was as well. Was the big guard tackle out of Arizona, Big Jonah.
Oh yeah, Jonah.
Yeah, Big Jonah, and he did not
What's
have
his last name.
Oh, it's multi syllabic.
Right, but I remember you
vowelic.
talking about Jonah,
Yes.
Big Jonah.
Yes.
Where'd he go?
He went, I think, ultimately to New Orleans in the early second.
How'd he do?
Struggled
Yeah.
a lot.
Oh, whoops.
A lot.
So
good thing, Gray's.
All right, Brock, where'd the Huskies practice yesterday, and why does it matter?
You see pictures of this?
No.
You didn't see pictures of this?
No.
Down at Puyallup High School?
Whoa.
No, I'm kidding.
Really?
No.
I told you I didn't see pictures.
I
You
got
could have told me
for a
they
second.
practiced on the moon. I was
Gosh,
like,
I
wow,
could've-
with Artemis, amazing.
What if I could totally have fooled you in some of these situations?
You could have fooled me and said they practiced anywhere in the world. I would have believed you.
Yeah, they went out to
Aircraft
Aberdeen.
carrier?
They actually went down the road, and this is pretty cool. When you talk about in your recruiting pitch is to be a pro, to have the relationships in the building, to get into the Seahawk facility and practice there and see what that's all about. And I am sure there were Seahawk folks, as busy as they are with the draft and everything else, that were around. And for Jed to just kind of give those guys that image and that picture and that this is what it looks like. It's also a reality of, yeah, this is nice, but our indoor stadium's pretty nice too, and we get to practice on the lake too, and we got it pretty good over here as well. So I think it's kind of a win-win for both sides. Is that Jed gets to show them that, hey, when I talk to you about being a pro and a vision for that, this is it. This is what it looks like. This is what it feels like. This is what it plays like. And then ultimately to also say, boys, you have everything you need at the University of Washington. If you want to develop to be here one day, like Michael Penix, like Roma Dunze, like Roger Rosengarten, like Troy Fautanu, like, it's here. This is just the next step in the journey.
Is it Jonah Monheim?
No, Jonah Monheim was the center from USC.
Oh, you're right.
It was like Savinea or something like that. Yeah.
I remember you talking about
Jonah had actually a good
Monheim.
year. No,
Him I remember.
He was a 5th rounder, started all year. He had a
Two
really good
Jonas?
year.
What are the odds?
Yeah, Savinea went to
New Orleans? Where'd he
the
go?
Dolphins.
Dolphins. Early second round, 7.5.
Well, so whatever happened probably wasn't his fault. Question number 3. Top 30 visits, Brock.
Yep.
What do we know about all this?
I just really want to ask this question to hear this English accent.
No, you just want to hear a little Rob Staten.
I like Rob Staten. He's on with Bump and Stacy leading up to the draft. Like we got DJ, they got Rob, they got the man across the pond. Pretty good insight here. I do believe.
This
honestly,
is
I would
about
co-sign
the
on this.
Chris Johnson canceled visit. He's the cornerback from like Charlotte or
San Diego
something?
State.
San Diego State?
Yep.
Isn't there someone from Charlotte?
No.
There's no
San Diego
corner
State.
from somewhere in North Carolina?
Don't believe so. Clemson. It's in
Same
South
thing.
Carolina.
The agent has said he never had a visit scheduled, and that's not unusual. You know, the Seahawks don't. It doesn't really mean anything either. So the Seahawks don't. They've not got a great history of taking a player who came in for a visit with their first pick anyway. So I wouldn't read too much into that, but he never had a visit, and that was an erroneous suggestion there.
Here's what I understand about these top 30 visits.
Scheduled?
Here's what I understand. That if the guys are buttoned up and they got all the information they need from all of their scouting throughout the season and the combine and other visits, they don't need to do these. These are really for the medicals many times. This is for further check of personality. This is, you get the human test of Mo Kelly, Eric Kennedy, Sam Ramsden. You kind of get the touch points in the building for those that I think they feel like they need that extra little look at, personality-wise, just human being-wise. So the fact that my guy yesterday that I profiled, D'Angelo Ponce, did not make a top 30 visit. So that's not an end-all, be-all with who they take, especially near the top of the draft. Many of these visits are used for the guys in the middle and the bottom of the draft.
There you go. That is today's Blue 88. 425 wondering if we could change the intro so it says 2 good football questions and 1 Husky football promo as only Brock Heward can. Yeah, I think we could probably make an open like that. 425. Where'd the other one go here? Media, please stop blowing off adultery as if it's not an issue or the issue.
It is the issue. It is immoral.
But that's not what we report on. I saw another one here saying, are you telling me the media? No, where'd it go? It was one about Bert Breer and others have said that people in the media knew this was going on. Why didn't they report on it earlier? Again, I don't think it's up to football reporters to report on people having an affair. I don't think that's their job. That's not what we're asking them to do. Now, if Page Six is going to go do it and it turns into a story, and then obviously once a reporter gets involved, then they're going to start reporting on it. But I don't think it's the media's job, the assembled football media, to report on who's sleeping with who. I don't think that's their business. I'm not saying adultery is not an issue. I'm just saying it's not the issue here. I think the problem here is the relationship between a reporter and a coach, and that's where things get iffy.
Lots of damage done. Lots and lots of damage.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to deal with the adultery in their own personal life. I don't feel like the need to pile on.
How about all these things that have come up since that you didn't really, you just kind of did as throwaways? How many times you just bashed your husband?
Really weird.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Don't like that.
It definitely looks different in the current context. Yeah, that was definitely a little strange.
He's just average.
I wish Heather would call me average. That would be like a super nice compliment coming from my wife. Like, oh, thank you. That's a really nice thing. Nicest thing you said to me this week.
Are a hottie with a naughty body. You know it. She doesn't need to say it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that. All right. Coming up next, something I loved that I heard last night, something I disagree with, and two things I saw that I love despite the really, kind of bummer of a game. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Seattle Storm cleaned up in the WNBA draft, taking Spanish center Amafam Tiam at number 3 overall, and then acquiring LSU superstar Flau'jae Johnson.
Yeah, I was a baller. She's your modern big man. She can dribble, she can shoot. Flau'jae low-key was one of like the first real modern athletes to get paid. Man, I know a lot of people focus on the men's game when it comes to that, but Flau'jae needs to be in this conversation too, man. She's a pioneer.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debts and your monthly payments are just simply too high? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution for you. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a whole stack of cash. Why don't you consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or simply get cash for a remodel? With interest rates coming down, consolidating your debt now might just be the best decision you ever make. And with excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington State for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, and reverse mortgages too. Spelled T-I-L-A. Tila is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call this morning. Bill and his team are ready for you at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Ready to create your home wellness retreat? Whether you love a relaxing session in infrared or traditional steam heat, we have the perfect Hilo sauna waiting for you. Up your wellness game by building your own contrast therapy studio, featuring a new sauna and our amazing Vigor Cold Plunge. Buy both and save up to $5,000. Savings end April 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
For a limited time, upgrade your home's comfort and cut energy costs with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors, plus $1,000 off whole home projects. New windows help keep your home warmer in the winter, cooler in the summer, and your energy bills lower year-round. Plus, enjoy 18 months, no payments, no interest, only through April 15th. Hurry, schedule your free estimate before April 15th. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Hour-and-a-half drive here to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through Sunday, May 3rd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Mariners, Seahawks, Sounders, Kraken, Storm, Huskies, Cougars, Rain. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats. The Seattle Times is always there with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis. Don't miss a play. Stay in the game and in the know for what's next. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Tomorrow, right at this time, 8 o'clock, we will play some of your Here's the Thing messages. Just a little reminder, you got to submit messages for Here's the Thing by downloading or already having the Seattle Sports app. And once you've got it, you can click the call in button, and then you can leave us a message that Maura will put together for tomorrow. I can't believe tomorrow's already Thursday. This week's flying by. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And make them fun, make them funny. You can sing, you can do a bit, you can tell us what you think, you can rant, you can rave, whatever's on your mind. Please leave us a little message through the sports app. We call it Here's the Thing. We'll do that tomorrow at 8. Brock, I don't know what you're doing over there. You're crawling around your studio. I can't really see what has happened to Brock. He's on the ground. Are you having a heart attack now that you're 50? Are you okay?
Well, Titus scared him. Now he's got to do push-ups mid-segment.
I hope he's okay. He's walked away. He's on the ground. I hope he's not having a heart attack. Brock, we're on the air, buddy. I hope you're okay. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see just a blank screen where Brock has abandoned ship. I don't know what's happening, but I'll tell you what I saw.
Do what he wants. It's his birthday.
It's true. Maybe he's blowing out candles or something like that. Angie said something on the broadcast last night that I really thought was cool, and I don't think I've heard before. Maybe she said it before and I've missed it. But she described that hitters are either being in hunt mode or fight mode. I thought that was a great description of hitting. That during an at-bat, you're either hunting or fighting. And, at the beginning of the at-bat, you're hunting the fastball. You're hunting for the pitch you want. You're trying to be aggressive. And then later, with 2 strikes, you're fighting. You're trying to fight off the pitch. You're trying to battle and do whatever you need to do to stay alive. You're always either in hunt mode or in fight mode. Are you okay?
I want to tell you what happened.
What happened?
Well, I had plugged my power source into not into the power on my little Comrex here, and it died.
Oh.
But I quickly put my glasses on. I could read where the power source was and not this other outlet that I plugged the wire in.
So just out of curiosity, when you say you plugged your power source in, you're talking about an actual power source?
That's right, an actual
not
power
like
source.
what you often
Not my
consider.
rear end.
Not your rear end.
No, that you got to just see as I was bending over. No.
We thought you'd had maybe a heart attack. So
No,
okay.
no.
So Angie, so I'm not going to keep focusing on your idiocy there. Angie was saying last night, I like the idea of hitters being either in hunt mode or fight mode. Okay. And I thought it was a really cool way of looking at hitting. And in fact, it kind of made me think about Julio because I thought Julio had 2 tremendous at-bats last night. As bad as last night was, and it wasn't great. The Mariners didn't play well. We know that. You guys don't need to sit here and listen to a 10-minute rant all about how the Mariners didn't hit. We all know that didn't happen. So let's just use that as a starting point and say I really did enjoy the Julio at-bats. The one in the 5th where he walked and did not swing the bat one time, that was great.
Yep.
I loved it. And he did it again.
You think that's an adjustment? You think that's an adjustment from an earlier at-bat?
It's a good question, and I don't know. I heard Angie. Angie was a little... As I was saying, I love the hunt and fight thing. I was not nearly as on board with Angie talking about how she wants hitters to hit and that, taking a lot of pitches isn't necessarily the goal. I don't know. I like to see hitters take a lot of pitches, and especially with Julio, I think it would really behoove him to take more. So when I see him go a whole at bat in a fairly key situation like that and not swing at a single pitch and end up with a walk, I think it's good. And I think it should hopefully reinforce his ability to get deeper into counts and try to make those pitchers come to him. I mean, one of the problems Julio's had is that he's expanded the zone so much, pitchers don't feel like they need to throw to him. Well, the one way you can force them back into the zone is not swing at those pitches and then steal second base so it looks like a double.
Correct.
So I loved it from Julio, and the fact that he did it again in the 8th against Adam, who's a pretty good reliever after being down 0-2, I thought was even better. I would just really like to see that become an even bigger part of his game.
So you and I think, and I know this is in the baseball populace, and certainly those that cover baseball or around it, I think are all of the same opinion that hitting coaches are hitting coach. What's a hitting coach? They all got their swing gurus. They all do that, right? And I think that has been a very common vernacular for many, many years. And yet, when we sit with Seitzer, and I think we were both walked away from our conversation this spring like, I'm going to chew on that one a little bit. Because maybe there is a little bit more meat on the bone for the impact these guys have.
Well, and you even heard yesterday that Josh Naylor was...
That's exactly right.
Was that where you're going to go? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that Edgar had talked to Josh about, hey, from a timing mechanism here, and it's not every at-bat, it's not every game, but when there's enough data to kind of step in there from an Edgar or a Seitzer and go, hey, why don't you just try this from a timing mechanism? You're late, maybe this, and it's counterintuitive. You think a big high leg kick, you're already late. That's the last thing you do. But actually, it can kind of be a mechanism to get that timing started. So there are little pieces and anecdotes along the way that I don't want to diminish. And maybe even in that case, they go back and look at that first at bat of the game and like, hey man, like you totally expanded the zone and you swung at a bunch of pitches that are out of that. Like you're playing into his hands, play into your strengths.
I mean, I would certainly hope that Julio is capable of doing that himself. The Naylor thing, I'm with you on. I would hope that at this point, Julio can just know that he swung at a bunch of pitches outside the zone. He doesn't need to do it. And that, I mean, look, that's been a challenge for him. I guess part of the reason I wanted to bring it up is that we're all very quick to criticize Julio when he swings outside the zone and expands and strikes out in a big spot. I thought yesterday taking those 2 walks, one where he didn't swing the bat once when they needed base runners, and another later in the 8th inning where, again, he ends up being a crucial run that gets on base. It didn't end up working out because, Naylor hit into a double play. Yep. But, it wasn't because of Julio. He did what he needed to do to get on base in a big spot in the 8th against a really good pitcher. So I'd like to see more of that out of him, and I think the more he walks, raises the on-base percentage. I think he's going to end up with more balls to hit. and he's going to end up doing even more damage.
I would imagine if A&G hears this, and she's not, she's busy prepping and resting down there in beautiful San Diego. I bet if she hears this, I bet she would say, listen, maybe that's how it came out of my mouth and you heard it.
Yeah.
But I'm not telling Julio to be in take mode. I want him in go mode in the zone.
Right.
I don't want it.
But I think Julio just needs to swing less.
Yeah.
I think he needs to just swing less because they're
he is
throwing him
seeing
so
more
many
pitches, right?
I think he is too.
Yes.
I think it's been. I've been really. Julio's been hitting for the last week or 10 days here. He's actually been hitting pretty well. He just got off to a very slow start. The other question I had about last night, and maybe I'm crazy. Lyle and I were talking about this earlier, and it's not a Mariner question. It's really a Padre question. So maybe we can ask DJ about it tomorrow. And it worked out. So I'm not like sitting here ripping them for it. But if you're the manager of the Padres, and you look in the 8th inning in a 2-run game, and you've got 2, 3, 4, Cal, Julio, Naylor coming up, the heart of this order, why aren't you pitching Mason Miller? Why are you waiting for the 9th? Because he's the closer? Like,
Maybe right now you look at the numbers of a month of baseball.
All right, maybe. I mean, that's fair. Maybe it is that. But I don't think it is. I think it's just, well, he's the closer, so he's got to come in the next inning. Like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Adam got them out, and honestly,
the bullpen, we saw it last year. That bullpen in San Diego.
But Adam's not where he's going to be yet. He's just coming back from being injured. I thought he looked pretty gettable. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because of the double play. But if they had given up 2 or 3 runs there, you're looking at it going, why in the world didn't you use the best pitcher in the universe in the 8th inning and let the next guy figure out 5, 6, 7, which is a much easier job than trying to get out 2, 3, 4. Yeah. You'll never get me fully on board with the closer only in the 9th inning thing. Now, maybe if you've got a Matt Brash, I guess you can sort of use him in that spot. And maybe they think of Adam that way. I don't know whether he looked like it last night.
Maybe they look at the holes in the swing and the different areas they want to attack, and they feel like he's got enough strength to do that.
Maybe, but I think they just say he's our closer. We're going to pitch him in the 9th inning, and he was absolutely filthy last night. The one piece of good news, because we had somebody who texted in early this morning and was like, oh, my God, Dan Wilson waving the white flag with Legumina. That's ridiculous. Like, no, I'm going to agree with that one. You're down 2, and they're going to bring in Mason Miller in the 9th. That's okay to wave the white flag. You're not going to win that game. I mean, if you do, it's a miracle.
And
if you give up one more run, so what?
Over those 4-game homestand, too.
Right. So I think the one advantage you now have is tonight, your top bullpen guys, your leverage arms, are all fresh. Theirs aren't. So if it's a close game, they probably aren't going to be able to throw Morhone and Adam and Miller the way they did last night. They're going to have to go to their non-leverage relievers, whereas you've got Munoz and Brash and all the guys that you like to pitch when you have a lead or when you're in a big spot. So,
and we know how this Vetter Cup goes. It is a very fine line. Yes. It's a very fine string. It is a very small margin.
You got to think long term.
Yes, you do.
You got to think about the whole of the Vetter Cup series. All right. We'll talk some football with Joel Klatt coming up in 20 minutes, right after we give you everything you need to know next.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. I don't know if you've been thinking about GLP-1 injections for weight loss. Maybe you have, but before you do, ask yourself a few questions, right? Are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 a year and then stay on that medication long-term just to maintain it? Yeah, many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and then when you stop taking the medicine, then you regain a lot of the weight. So most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of that weight lost can actually come from muscle. Now you're slowing down your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. That's why I like Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They do take a different approach. It's doctor developed. It helps men and women lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Heck, I lost 10 pounds just in the first week. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store that helps reset your metabolism, control hunger and cravings naturally, and then help your body burn fat, not muscle. If you want a safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections, you got to go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com to keep the weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett. With more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're number one.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Do you need a new roof? Then trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing to get you taken care of this spring. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and secure $500 off your roof replacement. Right now, you can still take advantage of spring pricing and beat the summer rush. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Bellevue Rare Coins, and I'm really excited to be working with them again as we're seeing the price of gold at all-time highs. And here's what that means for you. Items you haven't thought about in years can be worth thousands of dollars. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. And a lot of people don't realize how valuable these items are. And right now, it's worth finding out. Find Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma, or go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gage Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Do you have a car, truck, or SUV you're willing to sell? How about an RV or commercial vehicle? Wayscar Ford in Auburn will buy it from you. And when they resell your old vehicle, they'll split the profit with you 50-50. That's right. You'll get paid twice. I'm here with Mark Clymer of Wayscar Ford. Mark, I'm not surprised your vehicle profit sharing program's doing well. It's a fantastic offer.
It sure is, Stacy. We've been buying a lot of cars off this thanks to your advertising. And I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit. A lot of people have vehicles right now that are sitting around and they're worth a lot of money. And they're saying, you know, what the heck? I want to sell it. I don't want to deal with it myself, but I don't want to give it away either. This is the perfect opportunity for them to get the most they can for the car without having to go through the hassle of selling it themselves.
Exclusively at Wayscar Ford, celebrating 104 years in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
When I'm catching up with friends or family, Seastar Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, it's where we go. A welcoming atmosphere, and I get to see my good friend, Chef John Howie.
Hey, thanks, Brock. At Seastar, we're known for fresh local seafood, unmatched hospitality, and great value. Right now, enjoy a 3-course dinner in the lounge every night, starting at just $50.
$50. You cannot beat that value these days, and it's only with Chef John Howie at SeastarRestaurant.com, SeastarRestaurant.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I think I gave you all the positives from last night's game against the Padres a few minutes ago, Brock. The negative was they didn't hit once again. Michael King was very good. The Mariners managed just 4 hits, 3 walks, all leading to 1 run. Julio had 2 walks. Randy had 2 hits. That's 4 of your 7 base runners. And while Brian Wu was good, it wasn't quite good enough.
Wu ready. Here's the 3-2. Swung on line, drive center field. Julio's not going to get there. It's a hit. Tatis scores. Here's Merrill around third. He's racing home. He scores, and the Padres have the lead. It's 3-1 San Diego. Xander Bogaerts, a 2 RBI single.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he got like dinked and dunked to death, but unfortunately the Padres grouped a few of their big hits.
That
in
Merrill
that
is a good player, man.
He's
I
really
hope,
good.
I hope, honestly, that's what, and maybe this is not fair to him because they're totally different players playing totally different positions, but I kind of hope that's what Colt Emerson is. That when he comes up like that guy, he can make an immediate impact. You know, that guy's got more power. I think he was an all-star, right away.
Yeah.
So in a totally different position, playing center field, you control. But when that day comes as a shortstop, I just hope to feel that kind of young guy impact. Julio did it, right? His first year, it was unbelievable, especially in the second half.
Yeah.
You can just feel that right away.
Padres
This isn't too
lineup
big
is
for him.
pretty good, man. They're going to have some issues, I think, pitching-wise. They're good, not great with their starting pitching. But, it is a tough top, 6 in that order? I mean, you can start going through that group, and it can be a real challenge. And you saw it last night for Brian Wu, some challenges with the slider execution.
No, I think they were just aggressive, and, they're kind of selling out to get into the heater, which is fine. They put a lot of good swings on him, but it's my job to learn from those swings and make the adjustments, accordingly. So it is what it is, obviously.
It is what it is. Meanwhile, Brock, you mentioned this is game 1 of the Vetter Cup. Turns out Fernando Tatis is not taking it seriously.
What do you think about this Vetter Cup and this rivalry that is now in year 2?
We better win. It's that simple.
Do you think about Eddie Vedder at all last year, being a Cubs fan, and maybe them picking a different name for this rivalry at all?
I'm the wrong guy to ask about these questions. I'm really not into the topic. I just know we got to go out there and beat Seattle.
Why in the world would you ask him that question like that? That is, who is that reporter? Hey, Fernando Tatis, how do you feel
is that one of your young
this?
friends? Is that one of your young friends in baseball that you know down there?
Not that I know of, and
No?
I sure hope not, because if it was, I'd be grilling them.
That's a tough question.
So
to
there's
have.
26 guys on the active roster, right?
Right.
So there's 52 total guys. If Eddie Vedder walked in out of the 50 into each clubhouse, how many of the 52 guys?
Over under 1.5 per clubhouse. And I think the under would probably hit on most. Would probably hit on most. Yeah, I'm gonna take the under on most. Patrick Wisdom was up yesterday. Rob Refsnyder has been placed on the paternity list, so he'll miss a couple of days after the birth of a child. And hopefully when he comes back, he has some dad strength going, because it's not been a good start for him here in Seattle. Emerson Hancock tonight, as they've got game 2 in San Diego.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, we've heard a lot of the positives on Jadarian Price as a first-round pick, and Mel Kiper has him once again as the Seahawks' first-round pick in his final mock draft out today. But here's Field Yates, Brock, with the other side of that equation.
I keep hearing possible first round for Jadarian Price, who's clearly in a weak running back class overall, Field.
Yeah, it is.
Clearly the second best running back in this draft.
But I wouldn't make the move in the first round to take this player. You hit on it, Mel, and maybe this is as simple as Jeremiah Love was there, but this is way too one-dimensional of a running back for me to be taken this early. I understand Jeremiah Love soaked up most of the targets. I don't think the Jadarian Price is an above-average pass-catching running back. I think this is an okay pass-catching running back, but not some guy that changes how you play offense because of his receiving skills in the same way that Jeremiah Love does.
I can understand that, but I don't know. I mean, taking him at that would be a good reason not to take him at 15. But like at 32, it's almost the second round. Like, I don't know. I don't necessarily feel that way.
What if I told you that after him, it is a massive cliff?
And unfortunately, the Seahawks are in a spot where they just don't have a running back with that kind of skill.
Mm-hmm.
It's still not my favorite thing for them to do, Brock. I would still prefer that they go edge. Todd McShay has T.J. Parker from Clemson as an edge player
Big
that
guy,
they can
man,
go with
big
32.
guy, Tracy.
262 pounds.
Yeah,
Big dude.
There's kind of a lot of these guys with a lot of clay to mold on the edge. It'll be a good one for DJ tomorrow.
Okay.
Make sure you write a note to yourself right now. Put it in your phone because you won't remember.
I've already
otherwise.
forgotten. What's the guy's name again?
Yeah. Maura, would you mind?
Peter Parker?
On my birthday, can you mind making that note to make sure we ask DJ tomorrow about that?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I was going to give you a little extra NFL news. Adam Schefter says there's 0 chance Myles Garrett gets traded.
0, so.
I mean, don't say 0.
I spoke to a couple of different people there. They couldn't have been more adamant that it was just a cap maneuver to work out the contract. Now, what I do think is that it does give Myles Garrett options, and them options in future years becomes easier to trade down the line. Maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, both sides decide, okay, time is right. Let's move on from him. He wants to be gone, whatever it may be, whoever wants out. But he's not getting traded this year.
Yeah, that feels right.
Feels right, but if you're them, why wouldn't you
QB
trade him?
class next year? You get to see Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders.
So you should be getting a first-round pick next year for him. Why in the world would you be... I'm sorry, I don't agree. I don't think that makes sense if I'm the Browns.
Okay.
But whatever. If Adam Schefter says it's got to be true. I'm not going to talk about the Kraken again. They're playing tonight. They got their final 80 games, 81 and 82, tonight and tomorrow in Vegas and Colorado. That's everything you need to know. I got a text here, 360. Rayleigh basically single-handedly lost that game last night defensively. The misplay on the ball in the outfield, the guy would have been on second instead of third. The infield wouldn't have been in. The next hit would have been an out if the infield wasn't in. Okay, well, look. Could Luke have made that play? Maybe. I mean, it's possible that a Gold Glove right fielder makes that play and or is able to pull up in time to play it off the wall and made a better decision and keep the guy at second base. I would tend to agree with that. He could have made a better play there, but at least it was a physical mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the infield drawn in the, what inning is that? Third inning? Why is the infield drawn in with one out in the third?
Yeah, I mean, there's one out. If they're back, the run scores.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So the run scores, but you don't continue to give up a rally. Okay, and then it's 2-1, and you're in a one-run game. Like, I don't know. That seems to be a new thing in baseball, is bringing in the infield constantly, and I am just not here for it in general. They must have some numbers that show it. I'm sure they do.
Yep.
But it is one that has been hard for me. They do it in the ninth rather than setting up the double play. Sometimes they'll set up the double play and still keep the infield in. I am surprised. That feeling when the ball goes through the drawn-in infield is awful. Mm-hmm. It is such an awful feeling. And I don't know. I guess I don't mind conceding the run in order to make sure you get the play. Heck, if you really want to do it, why not walk the guy, set up a double play, and then see what happens from there? I don't know. It's never really rubbed me the right way. All right. Anyway, Brock, let's move on. We're talking football. We're talking draft. We're 8 days away, and we've got Joel Klatt joining us next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, right? Those April showers bring May flowers. But if you got a room just sitting empty and you have dreamt of making it a home gym, then now is the time. Brock Hewitt here, and working out in your own space, I've told you this, guys, for years, is the absolute best. And now you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Give them your room dimensions, your space, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. No secret why everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. They represent the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire, along with many others. And they have everything to fill your space, from flooring to weights that will go in your own home gym. Right now, you can get spring special financing, too. I'm talking 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me, and you'll receive a $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring's here, so get into Top Fitness and get in the great shape of your life. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Bull riding is not just a sport. It's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. It's Cooper Tire's PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, April 24th and 25th. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's Bull time.
Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have vehicles made for adventure seekers. Get the Tundra at 2.99% APR for up to 72 months with $1,000 bonus cash or $4,000 customer cash. Lease the 4Runner for $389 a month or the Tacoma TRD Sport for $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Exclusive taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The road to riches starts at Silver Reef. This April is your chance to win $100,000 in cash, plus a 26 Mercedes-Benz. Have some fun in the fast lane every Saturday night with hourly drawings from 5 to 9 p.m. Join us April 25th at 10 p.m. for the guaranteed grand prize car giveaway. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Some little breaking news from the baseball world this morning. Brock, a few minutes ago, Kevin McGonigal, Tigers shortstop, in agreement on an 8-year, $150 million contract. So McGonigal gets $150. Connor Griffin got what, Lyle? I
believe 140.
140. And Colt Emerson gets 95 guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, going first seems to have paid off here for the Mariners. Now, both McGonigal and Griffin have appeared in the major leagues. McGonigal's already had a little success, and maybe those guys project to be a little bit better long term than our guy Colt does. But still, you get him for 95. Theirs is all the way up to 150. So
that's a good deal for the Mariners.
Probably a pretty good deal there for the Mariners.
So we're going to wait on Joel. Joel's in a teacher conference.
Okay.
Got a young one in school. He'll be just a couple minutes. I think it's G that does these segment called scenarios.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Scenarios. I got a scenario for you.
Okay.
To kind of tee up this whole conversation and the draft 1 week from tomorrow, and Joel will help and DJ will help tomorrow. But here's a scenario, Salk. Let's just say Jadarian Price, as a running back, is ranked on a scale of 1 to 100. Let's just say he's got a grade of 82. All right, I'm just pulling that out of thin air. That's not from anybody on the inside or anything. But let's just say Jadarian's got a grade of 82, and he's sitting there in 32 pick, and you've got him still on the board. Let's say you've got an edge that's got a grade of 85.
Okay.
And let's say you got corners. And by the way, a number of edges that's sitting there at 85. And then you got corners in that same range of 85. And you maybe have 2 or 3 or 4 of those guys between pick 32 and pick 40. That's the key in this. You got a bunch of those guys.
Okay.
The next running back is a 60. Like there's just not another running back that's going to come in and impact your room and impact your game and impact your 2026 season as far as your grades go the way that he can. Versus, some of these edges, as I said, there's an 85, there's another 82, there's an 80. If you're in that situation, do you feel the need? Does this room, does this roster, this team in 2026 feel the need that you've got to pull the trigger? Because we cannot risk not coming out of this with that impact player at that position. And maybe it means with the 32nd pick, again, we take that running back, he's an 82, and that means at 64, your edge is not an 85, but he's an 80. He's a 78. I mean, they're still impact starter, possibility, upside kind of guys. Same thing.
I think you make a good point. Yeah, I think I'd be willing to agree with that.
There's way more supply. This is your just
there's
total
a supply and demand thing.
Demand.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think even though the positional value isn't as high, I think what you're saying makes sense. Joel Klatt is with us now. We can ask him. Joel, of course, of Fox Sports. Good morning, Joel. How are you?
Good morning. What's going on? How are you guys? By the way, wait a second. What? Happy birthday, Brock.
Ah, there it is.
Thanks, Joel.
How old does Brock look?
Brock looks somewhere between 24 and 27.
Yeah.
But he's 50 today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's senior tour eligible. Let's go. Let's get to the short game area.
How old are you, Joel?
Why would you ask that for a guest? I'm your guest.
There's a reason, because
you
I
have
know
people over to your house.
Because I know you're a great
golfer.
golfer. Because I know you're an exceptional golfer.
Salk will be 48 in 2 weeks.
And I was curious when you would be senior tour eligible.
I'm 44.
Okay, so you got some time.
Oh, he's got half a dozen years.
Yeah.
Long ways away.
Yeah. Are you going to train
long ways away?
Let me ask you a serious question. When you get there, will you try?
Oh yeah. I already I play in the mid-am qualifier
Right.
now. I do those sort of things. I played a U.S. Open qualifier. 4 years ago?
Yeah, we heard.
And made
Take
it
a
12
10, right? Or
on
12.
the second
Yeah.
hole. Yeah,
hooked
12.
it. You hooked it.
Yeah, Hao Tong Lee almost did that the other day. So, I mean, you're in pretty good company. Here we are. Most of the off season done.
By the way, a camera didn't follow my hook either. It's just like McElroy somehow. The most important shot of the whole tournament.
No.
We just don't even know where it's at.
No clue. Off season.
That was low. Sorry. Yeah. Come on, draft. Come on, Salk. Move it along.
Ins and outs. The Seahawks have had a lot of guys leave. They haven't had a lot of guys come back in. before we get to all the draft stuff, what do you make of kind of where they're at after letting Ken Walker and Kobe Bryant and Boye Mafe and
Reek
Woolen and their offensive coordinator all walk out and really not bringing much back else in?
I think you guys are closer to it than I am. So mine is pure speculation. My speculation is that I feel that they're in the same boat as the Eagles. In that you can be a victim of your own success, in particular in the draft, just because of the way the salary cap works. And in particular now, did Darnold get an extension? See, like this is like, what's Darnold getting paid?
Year 2 of 3-year deal. So year 2 of a 3-year deal.
But what's his cap number?
Not outrageous at all.
30,
okay.
I want to say.
In the 30s.
Yeah.
Yep. In the 30s.
So, yeah. So that's, he's not up in the, 50, 55 like some of these guys. But it's 30. He's not on a rookie deal. Let's just say that, right? Like he's not on a rookie deal. And when you draft as well as they have, there's not enough room in the salary cap to sign everybody. Not everybody is going to make a lot of money in the NFL. In fact, the more guys that you give big contracts, it just means that your roster is going to be that much more imbalanced. There's a reason why we're seeing a trend, at least in my estimation, that we're seeing a trend of rookie salary quarterbacks, rookie contract quarterbacks having a ton of success in the NFL. It's because they have a much better roster than the higher paid quarterbacks. And I think, Salk, we talked about, right? Didn't we? I think the three of us chatted about this, about I think that the NFL after that Super Bowl looked at and was like, man, we can't have that. We've got to have Burrow and we've got to have Mahomes and we've got to have Allen and we've got to have these guys. Like, we can't have that. Not that Darnold didn't play well because he made some great throws, but I think that the Seahawks are a victim of their own success. So they've drafted really well. You can't pay all of those guys. And so it looks like you're, quote, letting them leave. But in reality, that's just kind of the financial situation that they're in. And again, you guys are closer to, I don't know their finances all that well. That's just from the outside how I would speculate.
I would challenge it just a little bit, Saul. They didn't have much intake from the outside. They had a massive amount of intake of all of their lower level guys on their contracts. To Joel's point, they signed back all their special teamers, all the guys on the bottom of the roster, all their little role players.
Right. None of that is intake, though.
That's right. They didn't get anybody from outside yet.
Right. They kept and retained a lot of their players. Yes. So I guess I was using it more as a lead-in.
But this, you wouldn't. Sorry, and I'm sure you had. I bet you had just a stunning question ready, but I interrupted.
Obviously.
Do you want to go? Or do you want to go?
I actually want to hear what you have to
give
say.
You a quick point.
Yeah.
I would just say. Largely, wouldn't you agree that this team outside of Darnold was built through the draft and won the Super Bowl?
100%.
Okay, so why would you go away from that? Mm-hmm. So if you're talking about intake, and this is not an argument, but I would just say, like, as a point of reference, if you're talking about intake, like, well, they didn't do anything in free agency. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's not necessarily their model. They've won 2 Super Bowls, and both of those Super Bowls were cast-off quarterbacks or low-round draft quarterback. Remember, they got Matt Flynn, which was similar to the Darnold signing, and then all of a sudden Russell Wilson is just like, wow, this third round or whatever he was.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in. Let me jump in for a second, because that's not – it's largely yes. And I'm not criticizing. Honestly, I was actually really using it as a way of getting to the draft and saying, all right, without doing much in free agency, how do you use the draft? Mm-hmm. But let's be clear. The year before they won the Super Bowl, the first time they signed Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett in the free agency, and it was a pretty big deal. Last year, they signed DeMarcus Lawrence in free agency, and he turned out to be a pretty big deal. This year, they've done nothing. So, I mean, like, I'm not looking for them to be the ultimate free agent group, but they've let 4 pretty good players go, and they haven't done anything. Mm-hmm. So, with that being said, 4 picks, number 32 is their top one. Mm-hmm. What would you like to see the Seahawks do in the draft?
It was interesting because I had DJ on my show. I know you guys talked to him, and I think you guys played it, if I'm not mistaken. But he was like, running back or running back. Because, and I think that, and the conversation becomes Jadarian Price from Notre Dame is clearly the second best running back in the draft. The problem with the running back position is that if you need a running back and you need that running back to potentially start this year, after Jadarian Price, there's like
nobody.
You ain't finding one.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
So it's going to artificially bump up his value. I'm sure Seattle would love to wait until their second pick. I think there's, 43, 40?
No.
64.
Last one.
64.
Yeah. They won the Super Bowl, so it turns out they've got 32, 64,
Yeah. I thought
96.
that they had something from a trade that was on the top
Next
side
year,
of the second round.
Maybe next year.
So they're not getting Jadarian Price with their second pick.
Nope.
That's not going to happen. Their only hope, if they don't take him at 32, would be he slides a little bit for whatever reason. He's available at 40, and you can somehow pull the trigger and run up there and get him. So that's the running back.
But you don't
and I don't think that they have enough.
No.
Yeah, they don't have enough ammunition from like those draft cost analysis, and they do the point system of like what picks are worth what points or whatever. Yeah. I got to be honest, I don't understand it at all. But I mean,
you just lean into DJ at that point on set. You just kind of lean in.
Yeah, I just look over to DJ and I'm just like, good trade, huh?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, that's an excellent trade. I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought.
They don't teach addition at Colorado. Was that not part of what you learned? It's really just adding numbers. It shouldn't be that complex.
Yeah, I don't.
There's a chart. You add the numbers together. Yeah, I mean, you can just look at the chart.
I don't have the system in front of me.
Google?
I was an econ major.
I mean, you could Google it. I don't keep it in front of me all the time either, but I could just Google it during the draft.
I'll tell you what, this is
going off the rails.
This is perilously close to the line.
Yeah, all right. Let's back it off. Let's back it off.
Perilously.
So what would you do? Which is more important, getting the running back that you need, or getting a position of more value at number 32?
I think running back, because of how important Kenneth Walker was to that run and to everything that they do. Having said that, I think that there are really good absolute starters at edge and at corner. And those are two areas that they could easily be looking at. And more specifically, based on what happens with the valuation of Reuben Bain and where he goes. Not that he would be available, but the more he gets pushed down, the more other quality rushers are pushed to them as well. So I think that's an indirect, impact of what Seattle might do and who's valued right there. Like, for instance, a guy that I am very high on, because I'm a production over potential guy, right? Like, so for instance, let's bring up two guys. Let's talk about two guys that I think could be in the running. Maybe not. Maybe they won't get there. Cassius Howell, A&M, Keldrick Faulk-Auburn. You guys familiar with these guys? Do you want me to?
Well, I am going to be doing a draft profile on the latter guy. So yes, and I know where this is going to go with that. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so Cassius Howell from Texas A&M, he was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school. He goes to Bowling Green, develops into the MAC leader in sacks in 2023 with 9.5. And then he transfers to Texas A&M, gets another opportunity. And by the time he's leading, he's the SEC Defensive Player of the Year, leads the league in sacks with 11. And he played stand-up outside linebacker mostly into the boundary, like a really impactful guy, and a very productive, impactful guy. Short arms, maybe not what you would, walk into the room and say, yeah, that's exactly what I want him to look like. Right. But man, high motor, productive, gets after it. All right. Then Keldrick Faulk walks into the room. He's 6'6", 270, won't turn 21 until September 7th. And you're like, oh, yes. Look at that. That's what it's supposed to look like.
He was a
He's a starter.
He's
a five-star. He went,
yes.
That's exactly right. He's been never Auburn's leader in TFL or sacks for 3 straight seasons. What? So what do we do? So who do we take? Production over potential. One guy clearly has this ceiling that you can talk yourself into because of his length and athleticism and pedigree. And the other guy actually did it and got to the quarterback and impacted it. So those two guys, I think that would be an interesting conversation. Maybe you could throw TJ Parker from Clemson. Also a guy that highly rated, probably a top 10 pick if he goes out last year. And then, as was the case with the entire Clemson team, They just completely failed last year. I mean, it was an awful year at Clemson. And I think you would have to decide between maybe those three and Jadarian Price. I'm a Price guy. I think Jadarian Price is incredible. In high school, he rushed for 5,000 yards and 55 touchdowns. He tears his Achilles as a freshman in college, which is one of the reasons why Love kind of beat him out initially. And all he did was go out there and become one of the most versatile, best running backs in the country. Didn't complain, didn't transfer, loyal guy, home run hitter, 2 100-yard kickoff returns. Like, he can impact your team with the football in his hands right away.
So some years ago, Joel, when I was done playing, I went into real estate. As you were just chatting, I was just thinking through kind of an outside-the-box little conversation with you. And I remember sitting, our company was developing this building on a quarter lot, like a really small lot. So it had to be unique and different. And we sat with this marketing company for the day. It was awesome. And they were asking probing questions of our managers and our directors. You know, what do you want this to look like? And when you imagine this building and you just dream of it in your eye, and they had all these different flashcards of different pictures and different people and just kind of what your image is. When I say to you in that vein, if we're sitting in your production meeting before, you know, that you guys get ready for the draft, and I say, Joel Klatt, what is a Seahawk? Like, what is, you've watched Mike Macdonald, you know him intimately well, you've shared so many stories over the years with Salk and I about your relationship with him, but when you think of the Seahawk way, or you think of a Seahawk, before I ask you specific players, just frame it that way. What is a Seahawk to Joel Klatt with Mike Macdonald leading the ship?
I think the very first thing that comes to mind is there is an uncommon confidence about Mike and some of those players. This goes back to even the Legion of Boom. So this crosses over, I think, eras, but like an uncommon confidence. When I see the way that their defense moves, interacts with the opposition, there's this idea that, like, we're better than you and we know it. And it's not an arrogance, but it's an uncommon confidence. I believe that they're versatile. I would even say like hybrid. Like, there's a lot of hybrid players with the Seahawks in particular on defense. Eman Wari is maybe top of the list. These guys that can do a lot of things and do it really effectively. And that was very similar to what they were doing at Michigan. When I knew Mike, that's why I always bring up the Michigan stuff, because that's when I was close to Mike, and I loved talking to him about his philosophy. And one of the things that he talked about was the intelligence of his players. And I think that the confidence and the hybrid nature of the way that they can play and the aggressive nature of the way that they can play is because they really understand the game. I think I've talked to you about this, guys, but like, he had this unique ability to understand that calling defense in a football game was a lot like playing poker. You don't push your chips in the middle of the table all the time. You wait until the proper times when you have leverage and you can put the opposition into a bind and into a corner. And then you push your chips into the middle of the table. So he used to talk to me all the time. He was like, listen, I know our offense is never going to run away from anybody, but I know that our offense is going to suffocate the opposition in the second half. So there will be a time when our offense scores, field goal, touchdown, something in the third quarter specifically, hopefully in the back half of the third quarter. The next series is my chips in the middle of the table opportunity, because our offensive series is likely to be over 7 plays, and they're likely to be tired, and that's my opportunity. And his defense would play different because his kids understood that. Yeah. And they had a confidence. They were like, hey, guys, this is our moment, you know, and they would walk out there and they would understand the importance of that drive. And it wasn't just a nondescript series in the third quarter. It was like, we're putting the game away now. And I think that Seattle plays similarly. They understand that. Darnold plays that way. You can see him play safe at times. And I know I'm giving a long-winded answer. And then you can see him go for the jugular.
No, it's great.
But I think that they're smart, they're confident, and they're physical, and they're hybrid.
Okay, so with that vein and those optics, are there a couple players that just jump off that board and all of your prep that you've been doing to get ready for the set next week that have uncommon confidence, that have a hybrid nature to them, and then just have a football intelligence that can fit with this scheme? Are there a few that jump off the page?
Yes. A few of these corners that I really, really like. Chris Johnson from San Diego State. I think he's a really good player. I think he's a Seattle Seahawk. My favorite, but I don't think Mike's going to take him because Mike likes long corners. My favorite guy, one of the best players I think in the draft, but he's 5'9", is D'Angelo Pons from Indiana. He's excellent. I really love D'Angelo Pons. I love his mentality. Let's see. There's another guy.
Do you ever get to see Trayton Stukes out of Arizona? I know he's a little older player.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Trayton Stukes is a good one. He played for 5 different coordinators at Arizona. I mean, 5. And so he was moved all over the place. I look at him, and he played over 1,000 snaps at nickel. He played another 500 at safety. He played another 600 at corner. He was originally a walk-on, knows the game really well. He's a hybrid player. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He's loyal. I think all of those. That's a good one, dude. That's a really good one because I don't think Thieneman is going to be there. But do you need a safety? That's why I kept thinking about these corners. Like I think Stukes is more of a safety.
Yeah.
I mean, they did lose Kobe Bryant. I mean, they don't not need a safety, I guess I would say, right? Do they need one? No. But they don't not need one. Like if they had a safety, that would be a good thing.
Or a positionless guy like that. I think that is a lot.
When you brought up earlier, Brock, the guy from Pitt, right?
Kyle Lewis, undersized linebacker.
Yeah.
He can just run and cover. And I'm just so intrigued, Joel.
I like Kyle Lewis, but I think that there's guys that would be available that are better. Like CJ Allen might go all the way down. Are you looking like off the ball
later?
linebacker?
Yeah, a little bit later off the ball. Yeah.
Okay, so later in the draft, what happens if Jacob Rodriguez is available?
Oh, that don't even bring him up again. I had Salk look at him. I've had Salk look at 2 guys, Joel. I had Salk watch the 40 of Gabe Akis.
Yeah.
And you talk about a caveman.
I enjoyed that.
265.
Yeah.
I knew Salk would love it. Things swinging his hair, swinging his arms, like just a madman. And then I had Salk.
The pictures of Jacob Rodriguez, the mustache.
And he was done. He was over. He was in love. Yes.
I don't know. I think I enjoyed the 40 of Gabe Akis better. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. Right. I just like the max effort. If Mike, Joel, you gave a great description of what a Seahawk is. Mike has used the word rugged a lot, especially to describe his defensive ends and guys on the edges. And I don't know, when I saw Akis, that definitely had some of that.
But Jacob Rodriguez
potential.
was my favorite player, Joel, 2 years ago on the road, when I was on the road. Like, I have some of these favorites over the years, and some of them have become Seahawks, frankly, right? Charbonnet and Tyler Lockett and Russell way back when. Rodriguez is he's just a dude. Just an
one of my favorites was JSN. I've talked to you guys about that. He was one of my favorites. Wound up a Seahawk. I remember I was so disappointed when the Seahawks drafted him because I was like, well, they can't play offense at the time. Thank goodness Darnold came in there. They couldn't. Guys, that's not even – let's just be honest.
You didn't want Geno Smith throwing to JSN?
But Geno Smith is going to be the savior of the Jets. I just read it. He's the perfect guy. No, the Jets said it. He's the perfect guy to come in and save them. I think it's really going to work.
There's a reason the Jets are the Jets.
Oh, is there? Yeah. That's weird because I really felt like Geno was going to do it.
Joel, thank you for this birthday gift.
Yes.
To leave your student conference with the teacher and step out of the room.
And I'll send you a calculator if you can't use the one that's on your phone. I can send you like an old like a TI-82, and you can do some of that addition if you need to get it done during the draft.
You got it. Thanks, Salk. That's so nice. That's so nice. Buddy. I'm not going to defile Brock's birthday with this shenanigans.
Thanks,
I'll let you stoop that low. I won't go that low.
That was low. No, you know what? That was low. I apologize from the bottom of my heart.
That's fine.
I'm really sorry.
I'm doing just fine.
Good.
I don't care.
I'm glad you'll be okay.
Brock, happy birthday.
Thank you, Joel.
And thank you, Joel. We appreciate it. Have a good draft next week. And where can we find you during the draft? Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, whatever, Salk.
What he's doing. He's sitting next with Charles.
I know.
And DJ
I wanted to hear about it.
He doesn't like to talk about himself. He likes others to talk about him.
I see.
He's got that.
No, you
didn't realize you were that sensitive, man.
No. I'm not sensitive.
Well, you two stop fighting on my birthday, and it's you, Salk. Stop
I'm trying.
Stop
Brock, I'm
Thank
trying.
You, Joel.
I'm trying.
Gosh,
Thank you,
Goodbye, Joel. There
Guys,
you go.
have a
There
good
goes
one.
Joel
Great
Klatt,
to see both of you.
One of
Great
our
to see both of you.
favorites. Very sensitive today. I'm surprised
Jeez,
he was that sensitive.
Why are you trying to push his buttons on my birthday?
He sounded like Lyle. Like, I can't even figure out this draft chart. Like, really? You just add the two numbers together.
Well, they're about 3 different charts now.
All right, but choose whichever one you want and add them together. It's not brain surgery. It's not that hard. Brock's got a draft profile next on Brock and Salt.
After reaching the NFL's mountaintop,
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
the work continues for the Seahawks to keep the foundation strong. It's the 2026 NFL Draft. Next Thursday, April 23rd. Only Seattle Sports begins its first-round draft coverage with a reigning NFL Executive of the Year.
Who are the real Seahawks?
The John Schneider Show at 4 p.m. with Brock Hewitt, Michael Bumpus, Steve Weib, and host Bob Stelton live until 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends over there at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. People Come First. Spring, perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get that process started. I'm talking about 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does that mean? Well, that means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with that design package, like we did some years ago, end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer to wish you'd started sooner. Do what Molly and I did and get a hold of PCF Construction Group today. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. It really is about you. People come first at PCFgroup.com.
Total Wellness at Home is here. Save up to $2,800 on a saltwater hot spring spa and enjoy healthy, relaxing soaks. Save up to $12,000 on an endless pool swim spa for a year-round retreat. These massive savings end April 30th.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett. With more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're number one.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello! Jeez, Joel, a little more sensitive than normal today.
He was just trying to be kind on my birthday.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
It sounded like he was being a little
By the way, do you want me to go back 50 years in 1976?
Oh, look at that.
Molly and the kids had that on the calendar
Wow.
for me this morning. Do you want me to go back, or do you want to?
Yeah.
Let's do this at 9:30.
All right,
Let's
we'll do some of
our
that at
draft
9:30.
profile.
Before we got trash takes at 9:45. Right now, we're 8 days to the draft, and we're on to another draft profile.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Heward's draft profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization? Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
Well, number 7 on my list as we count down to number 1. Number 7 on my list is a guy that you just heard Joel Klatt talk about, Keldrick Faulk, defensive end. I'm going to really call him defensive lineman from Auburn. Keldrick Faulk, defensive lineman, down on the plains, down there outside of Opelika, Alabama, and he is an Alabama kid. You know what I feel like right now? I feel like probably what happens in organizations all over the league on days like today and through this weekend, that certain guys are going to have to stand on the table for others.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to step up, and when there's criticism and critiques that come, because the production, you heard it from Joel Klatt, the production over 3 years, while all SEC this year, he was never the most productive Auburn Tiger. But I would stand on the table and say, but Joel, he was also asked to do the most things within this scheme. He was asked to play the 4-eye, to take on double teams in their 3 down front. He was asked to play and hold and set edges. And my goodness gracious, when he walks in the room, what did you say earlier about one of the pitchers for the Padres? You said it's as if he was made in a lab. You want to talk about a defensive lineman made in a lab that would be the closest thing to Leonard Williams in the lab? It would be this guy in this draft. It's why our guy Dane Brugler in the Beast had him as his number 15 prospect, because he is 6'6", and he's 276, and he carries it. I mean, there's going to be another 10 to 15 that come aboard easily. He bends and moves like a man that's not anywhere near that size. I do have his arm length, right? They're the exact same length as KJ Wright. 34 3/8 arms.
Big.
That's a 6'11" wingspan.
KJ was 7/8, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a couple ticks off.
Half an inch almost,
right
but okay.
Right in that range.
Very close.
Right in that range. And he is just not even 21 years old. So there is so much of the clay you're going to mold. He was a 3-year starter. Yeah, he doesn't have all the production in the world, but as I said, he was all SEC. How about at that size, Salk? Running a 4.67. A 4.67. It's 6'6", 275. Big Leonard didn't do that. Big Leonard, Big Cat, was a little bit bigger, a little heavier. He was a true kind of 3 technique coming out of USC. And as I said, this guy is bounced around like the piano keyboard, up and down the line of scrimmage. I see a guy that size jump 35 and run 4.67. I think I can teach him and equip him. Now, here's the other side, and this would fit a little bit more into the Joel silo. 2 different people I talked to. One that is incredibly close to the Auburn program. And he said, he's just not a first rounder. Just can't take him in the first. Great kid. Big time upside. I'm just not sold. Kind of like Derek Hall when he was coming out in that same vein at Auburn. Like, man, not a lot of tools. A lot of skills, a lot of traits, not a lot of tools. And you took Derek Hall in the second round and you've developed him. At 32, I don't think it would be a reach at 32 if he's sitting there on that board. Now, he would have to fall because most mock drafts have him taken in the 20s. I saw even Peter Schrager saying the Cowboys could take him at 12 or 20. So he may not even get to 32, but if he does, he's an intriguing guy. Lastly, I heard a new draft term. I thought I'd heard it all, Saul. I thought I'd heard every draft term under the sun in these 17 years, and probably 15 of them of doing these profiles. But I heard a new one, and I don't know if I can share it, but now I'm 50, and I can blame my age for sharing it. He's an oozer. And I was like, he's an oozer? Is that a typo? I texted back to my friend in scouting. Is that a typo? I've never heard oozer.
Ugh.
He said some guys explode off the line of scrimmage and some ooze. And, you know, all of those things we talk about, that 35-inch vert, that 4.67 40, all of that just dynamic athleticism, you don't see it explode off the line of scrimmage. Now, it's not a motor issue. This is not our guy out of Michigan State some years ago that had a motor issue that I got to watch. He'd start that sucker, he'd shut it down. He'd shut it down. It's not a motor issue. Mm-hmm. This is just a tools issue. And is it because he's 18, 19, and 20? Is it because he played at a small high school in Alabama and was a five-star guy that the things have just come kind of easy to him? And could he be a guy that comes into your room with Jaron and with Leonard and DeMarcus, and you take all those tools and you make an elite physical presence? That would be the question at 32.
All right, so two things.
That's Keldrick Faulk.
You've been talking about Keldrick Faulk here that jump out to me. One, as you were describing him, I was trying to think of a comp, and I ended up looking him up on NFL Network or NFL.com, and they have the exact person I was thinking of. It's funny. Just the way you described it, I was like, oh, sounds like Carlos Dunlap. And that's exactly who they have as his comp.
Interesting.
Yeah. Does that surprise you?
Not terribly, because it just go Gadget Arms at 6'6", 280. There's just, again, not a lot of those. That's how you become a 5-star.
Yeah.
Out of high school. I've seen now enough of this.
And Dunlap was a second-round pick of the Bengals, and he went on to a very good career. Fit very well in Pete's scheme. I don't know whether I would have thought that he would be as good a fit for Mike McDonald. I'm also I'm watching Falk here in all of doing his drills. I see exactly what you mean with the oozing. He's smooth, but there's not a lot of explosiveness.
Yep.
It's very like he kind of glides around.
Yes.
I'm out.
And for that?
For those reasons, I'm out. Sorry. He does not excite me the way some of the other guys you've talked about do. It does not feel like a Seahawk to me.
Yep.
Sorry, buddy.
I like the idea of doing Brock's draft profile more as a Shark Tank type
Yeah,
sale.
and for those reasons, I'm out.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, like, good profile. I appreciate it.
It is interesting. He mentions D'Angelo Pons. Joel did.
Yeah.
Right?
Some of your other guys have intrigued me much more. I've been much more in on some of those.
Oh, yeah.
This one did not do it. Akis so far was my favorite. Is there any chance you get him in the second round?
Oh, yeah, he might be in the third round.
Yeah, see, that sounds interesting to me. That makes the Jadarian Price thing in the first round so much more acceptable. I keep bouncing. I'm vacillating, Brock. It's hard for me. I don't want to take another running back in the first round. On the other hand, you want to run the ball and you let your running back leave. Like, you're going to and you signed all your wide receivers.
And you say you want to run the ball and you want to give a new coordinator a tool.
Well, you got to do something. Like, I don't necessarily want to do it. But I think
love
you
George
almost have to
Halani.
do
You
it.
love George Halani. Everybody loves George Halani.
But not as my starting running back. And I like the kid that they got from Green Bay, but you got to have some level. I'm not like so into big, powerful running backs that I don't want a lightning option to go with them. You probably do need to do that. You probably do need to take that kid Price at 32.
Hey, we don't need to make this decision today.
Well, all right, but I'm thinking through where I'm at. I told you I'm vacillating.
Yes.
I may vacillate again. But as of today,
how about oscillate?
I'm not oscillate. I'm not like a fan.
All right. You're not spinning in a circle.
Yeah,
Lyle,
I'm not on
gonna ask
oscillation.
Lyle the question between vacillation and oscillation.
No.
We're not going to do that.
Yeah, we're just not even going to try.
Not on my birthday. We're not going to do that.
All right, so what are we doing at 9:30, Brock? You have something for me?
50 years ago.
Okay.
Back in 1976.
God, that sounds like a long time ago.
That's
when
the Mariners and the Seahawks. Coincidence? I think
probably not. That's when Dazed and Confused took place as well. So maybe all those kids were running around on your birthday. Who knows? We'll be right back. We'll give you everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
We had the John Schneider show yesterday. He's in rarefied air, I think, with the fan base. He could pretty much make any move he wants, and the fans are going to go, okay, yeah, I'm on board.
There's one. Draft at number 32, draft a kicker.
There we go. I think that's the only thing they could do.
Well, all of a sudden, that guy's booting 66-yarders on the regular, and people are going, see?
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and this month marks 24 years for C-Star Restaurant. Man, we're talking a lot of milestones here lately. 24 years for C-Star Restaurant and Raw Bar. 24 years is Bellevue's go-to and mine for fresh, seasonal seafood. And what I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's long-standing reputation for excellence behind every plate. It's why everybody that comes to town and they ask me, where do I eat? All the folks in the media, where do I eat? You go absolutely to John Howie's for the local pristine oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque, generous portions with true value plus delicious beverage pairings as well. The C-Star team creates a welcoming atmosphere with polished service that turns your great meals into lasting memories. And from the first greeting to the final bite, every detail is cared for, and you are going to feel it. When I'm planning a special dinner with family and friends and colleagues, and got a bunch of them this summer, it's C-Star, because everyone leaves impressed. And right now, pretty amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night, starting at just $50. C-Star, the dining experience you remember. CStarRestaurant.com.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Imagine all that could happen happen in 5 years? Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online, all with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though the kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put 5 years. Same internet price. Lock in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get the Disney Plus, Hulu bundle, and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change and availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I think you might have convinced me, Brock. Here we are 8 days from the draft, and I think that the last hour or so is the closest I felt to really being of the opinion that the Seahawks should draft a running back, Jadarian Price, with the 32nd pick.
Well, DJ loves him. Klatt loves him. Most love him. Field Yates has a little apprehension. He's about the only one out there. Mel Kiper, in fact, in his last and latest mock draft, mocks Price. So you're hearing a lot of steam, almost as much steam about him there at 32 as you felt about a guard and Gray Zabel last year at 18.
Yeah,
Is 18 too high to draft a guard? It's too high to draft a guard?
No, but we knew that. I mean, again, that's line of scrimmage. The hard thing for me is not. It's just drafting somebody that's off the ball. Another one after spending all the money on the wide receiver position and then drafting another skill position guy with the first round pick is going to be really hard for me. On the other hand, you've taken care of so much of the line of scrimmage, and it's the 32nd pick, not the 15th. It's making it a lot easier. You mentioned Field Yates, who said, I don't know about Jadarian Price in the first round. This was Mel Kiper's response.
How about those drives starting at the 50? How about those drives starting at your 40 or plus there? How about all those drives where C.J. Stroud's going to have shorter fields and because of Jadarian Price running a kickoff return back the midfield, or maybe taking it the distance or taking it. So again, Jadarian Price as a running back is multidimensional because he's a great kickoff returner too.
Yeah.
And I can't stress it, Phil, with Mekhi Lemon and the others. Kick return ability, incredibly huge in the NFL field.
It is. I just can't. I can't do it here. I think this is a second round running back to me. I'm much more of a second round player.
They must have been debating it in the Houston spot there, which is why you get the C.J. Stroud stuff. I will say,
you have Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah, that is one spot you're not going to get. If that's part of the value he brings to make him a first rounder, you're probably not going to get that.
Although there are new rules in the kickoff deal that they put in the committee to allow a little more versatility. So you can't kick away from Shaheed.
But
are you going to kick
you're
to that
probably
guy?
not getting full value there just based on what you've already spent on Rashid Shaheed. So I still think, I mean, again, I don't mind the idea, but I'm certainly not going to be mad if they go defensive end at that pick. Corner would probably be my least favorite of the three.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, so the Mariners lost last night. That was annoying. They didn't hit once again, which we've seen before. I was looking for positives earlier. The best I could come up with was Julio had a couple of walks. I thought that was great. And the Padres were forced to use their three best leverage relievers, whereas you didn't use any of yours. So hopefully you go into tonight. You've got Emerson Hancock on the hill. Who did you say is pitching, Lyle? Because the Padres refused to name a starter forever.
It's Randy Vasquez.
Randy Vasquez, who's been really good this year. But hopefully if you can get to him, right, get into that bullpen, you got a little bit more of an opportunity.
It was interesting a couple years ago, sitting before a matinee game with Scott Service out on the field, and he was just talking. It was the first game of the opener of a series, and I think it was Cleveland or somebody said, this is going to be, really tough matchups these next 3 days, just pitching-wise. It's going to be tough matchups. These are going to be nitty-gritty games, and you know that. You could kind of look at these two teams and just know that who does damage early. And if you can have a lead and turn it over to your bullpen.
Huge advantage.
Enormous advantage. And you had chances in the second and third yesterday. The bases loaded, one out. Canzone gets a sac fly, but doesn't get the big hit. You have the following inning, first and third, 2 outs. and it was the one time they got Randy out. You know, I mean, you had those bites at the apple. When they got their shot, they delivered with 3 runs in the third, and that was the difference.
They did make a little move yesterday. Patrick Wisdom was called up. Rob Refsnyder placed on the paternity list. And as I said, they're now 8-10. 2 more to go in San Diego again tonight.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I played you some of the Adam Schefter earlier on Myles Garrett. Let me play you this one. Maura sent this over last night. She's absolutely right. What in the world is wrong with the Pittsburgh Steelers? Why are they allowing themselves to be held hostage once again?
I think they're waiting on him. What's interesting is, again, I think the pivot plan would have been Kirk Cousins, but Kirk Cousins signed with the Las Vegas Raiders, so he's not a pivot plan anymore. So if Aaron Rodgers decided he didn't want to play anymore, I think the Steelers would go with Will Howard, who they like, who they believe in, Mason Rudolph, and I think you draft a guy here.
No Russell Wilson?
They've done that already. But they're sitting around waiting for Aaron Rodgers again?
Supply and demand.
Isn't that weird, though?
I mean, you listen to his teammates, Salk, and a lot of his teammates, and you saw the sound of his linebacker, Patrick Queen, saying, you know, the locker room loves him. Great teammate. Productive player. His numbers, 4,000 yards, are pretty close to it. 2-to-1 touchdown interception, get to the playoffs.
I just think I can't believe they haven't had a better backup plan all the way back to when they had Russell, and that they haven't had more of a plan for their future. They just seem to be happy stuck in limbo for years now.
Yep.
And they were such a storied franchise. It's weird.
You know, a good way to make sure you're not a storied franchise anymore? Go down the Aaron Rodgers road. I don't get it, man. Just ridiculous. That's everything you need to know.
Hey, what is going on with the Live Golf, by the way?
And they may be done.
Is that the rumor?
Yeah.
I saw some impending news, maybe even something today.
Yeah.
That thing didn't work, right? I mean, all the stuff we talked about at the time.
It worked for the guys who went over there. They made a ton of money.
I mean, they made a ton of money, but as far as it didn't work for them, they didn't really carve much of the viewing audience.
They weren't trying to.
Golf.
They weren't trying to do that.
Really?
I mean, I don't think so. I think they were always just trying to, sports wash the ownership of Live Golf. That was always the idea. Try to legitimize themselves by attaching themselves to a Western sport. I mean, I'm with Brandel on this. You know how much respect I have for Brandel Chamblee. I think he's a really, really smart, well-researched guy. And I've just I have not dug into this to the extent that he has or some other people have. But I just trust Brandel. I just think he knows what's going on, and he has been so adamantly against this, and specifically on that point, that I'm kind of trusting his vision and his research on that more than anything else.
I'm kind of glad it will fail.
Yeah, because it was obnoxious.
Of course it's going down. Yeah, and the impact it could have had it worked, right? The impact it could have had on some of these other leagues and other, no, I don't want that group. I don't want that for what they stand for,
Yeah, coming in and saying, okay, what's next? College football, basketball? What other directions do we want to go?
No, thanks.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm glad that's not happening. I know you like disruption, but this was not it. And it was disrupted very poorly with a bad product that made all the wrong changes to the sport. And frankly, I'm pretty happy that guys like Phil Mickelson are going to get screwed here. Good for you, Phil.
I'm pretty savvy at Brooks and some to get out.
No kidding. Now, it does sound as if Kyle was telling me in the break there that they may try to use the war as some sort of a force majeure to get out of the contracts, which would be hilarious for some of these guys that bailed on the PGA and then were obnoxious about it. It's one thing for the Harold Varners of the world, sorry to get too into this, but who were like, hey, I'm really sorry, I hate to leave, but this is life-changing money for me that I'll never get anywhere else. I need to do it. You're like, yeah, all right, I understand that. But for guys like Phil who are so ruthlessly arrogant about it, God, I hope he gets screwed out of the money and doesn't have enough to pay his gambling debts, because he has just been such a tool regarding this whole thing.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Seattle Storm cleaned up in the WNBA draft, taking Spanish center Amafam Thiam at number 3 overall, and then acquiring LSU superstar Flau'jae Johnson.
Yeah, I was a baller. She's your modern big man. She can dribble, she can shoot. Flau'jae, low-key, was one of the first real modern athletes to get paid. Man, I know a lot of people focus on the men's game when it comes to that, but Flau'jae needs to be in this conversation too, man. She's a pioneer.
Bump and Stacy, only on Seattle Sports.
Does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a staff accountant at the height of tax season.
Congrats. Looks like the company owes, $50 in taxes. How about that?
That seems low. Why only 50?
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Mark your calendars. April 25th is Snohomish PUD's Energy Block Party, and you're invited. Bring the whole family for a day packed with hands-on fun. Check out the Truck Stravaganza, where kids can get up close to big PUD rigs and first responder vehicles. It's free, it's fun, and it's all happening on April 25th at PUD headquarters in Everett. Visit snowpud.com/Energy Block Party.
Mariners and Padres tonight in San Diego. First pitch at 6:40. Pregame at 5:30. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hello, Seattle.
Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Bellevue Rare Coins, and I'm really excited to be working with them again as we're seeing the price of gold at all-time highs. And here's what that means for you. Items you haven't thought about in years can be worth thousands of dollars. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. And a lot of people don't realize how valuable these items are. And right now, it's worth finding out. Find Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma, or go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Not going to lie, I kind of wish I was heading out with the Hewards for dinner tonight after hearing the menu for Brock's 50th birthday. Better than when you brought me to that god-awful pasta place and made me eat what tasted like actual trash. That was not my favorite dinner I've ever had. So, yeah, no.
You keep taking shots at the Spaghetti Factory.
This place is awful.
Do not mess with the Spaghetti Factory, Saul. They
I'm
will
thinking
come
about
at
the
you.
smell in there, and I honestly wanted to vomit throughout that entire dinner. That's why I cursed in front of your then very young kids. Yeah,
Yes,
sorry
you
about
did.
that. I do feel bad about that now, Brock. I really do. I never curse in front of my kids after
No,
cursing in
never.
front of your. Never. My
Appreciate
kids
that.
certainly never curse near me or at me.
I want to go through that same exercise if you would afford me this on my birthday. I kind of want to go through that same exercise we did with Klatt. We've kind of unpacked the Mariner game. There's not much more meat on that bone.
I know, but I thought you were going to give us a little.
I am.
Okay, good.
I got that right in front of me, too. So after I go through some of this 50 years ago, back in 1976, I do want to go back, and I'm curious how your optics of what a Seahawk is under Mike McDonald and that leadership. Okay, what do you want to know? 50 years ago, you want to know sports? Do you want to know what things cost? Do you want to know what happened in 1976? The movies? I got movies.
All right, let's start with movies. Lyle, I'm sure you've heard of all of these. This is before I was born, but let's hear.
Well, the Bad News Bears.
Sure.
The original.
Yeah.
Came out in 1976.
I've seen that a million times.
Walter Matthau.
You've watched the original?
Yeah, it's great.
We tried to watch that with our baseball team some years ago, and we had to turn that off.
I would think it doesn't hold up great.
No, it's hilarious. Kelly Leak's great.
Kelly Leak, yeah.
He was pretty good. Rocky came out in 1976.
Wow.
How
Okay.
about that?
Yep.
Charlie's Angels.
The original.
The
Yeah.
original. Do
Sure.
you remember Marathon Man? 'Cause
No.
I don't.
I don't know that.
Nor Silver Streak. So we'll just keep
Oh,
there.
Silver Streak is isn't that Chevy Chase? Do I have the right movie?
Could
Chevy. I think Silver Streak is Chevy Chase. It's
Could
pretty
be.
funny, and Heather loves that movie.
Do you want to know what was in?
I think that's the right movie.
The average income per year was $16,000
Okay.
in 1976.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, in style for women, of course, was polyester, flared trousers, platform shoes, and Farrah Fawcett flicks. For men, it was the V-neck velour shirts, the turtlenecks, the chest hair sideburns, and afros and mullets.
Okay, I almost had it right, by the way. Silver Streak is not Chevy Chase, but it is Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor, and Ned Beatty. It's pretty funny. And Richard Keel, Brock, who I know you love.
Oh, yeah.
Richard Keel, you know who that is?
I do know. Oh, yes, he was. Yes,
He's the guy who played
guy in
Jaws
Happy
and
Gilmore.
also was in Happy Gilmore. Yes.
On the radio, Salk. On the radio.
In
was-
1976?
In 1976, The Miracles, Love Machine.
Sure.
It was Paul Simon's 50 Ways to Leave
Your Lover. Sure.
Dianna Ross, theme from Mahogany.
Okay.
And Johnny Taylor's Disco Lady.
I think there was also a lot of rock, but that apparently didn't make the
No, it
make the
didn't
cut
make this
there.
list.
Okay.
70s slang. You know, I love 2020 slang. You know, perf. 70s slang, right on. Psych, far out. Dream on. So serious 70s slang.
It's too
going
bad
on.
you didn't go with the rock because you actually like some of the stuff that came out in 76. Rumors came out in 1976.
Did it really?
Yeah, so was
Fleetwood
the
Mac?
Eagles, Hotel California, Boston's debut. Yeah, I mean, there was some pretty decent stuff in 76.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Apple Computer Company, formed by Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak back in 1976.
Wow, all of this happened right when you were born.
We had that Ebola virus in Zaire, Africa. That was not good. And Jimmy Carter was the president.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing in sports before we get to the Seahawks. The NBA Finals, the Boston Celtics win 4-2 over the Phoenix Suns in 76.
I believe there's a triple overtime game, famous triple overtime game in that series.
The Cincinnati Reds sweep away the New York Yankees, the Big Red Machine, 4-0. The Steelers win the Super Bowl over the Cowboys. Pretty good one, 21-17. And your favorite team up north, the Habitants, win 4-0 over the Flyers.
How about this, Brock? The Boston Celtics defeated the Phoenix Suns 128-126 in triple overtime in Game 5 of the 1976 NBA Finals. I wasn't born yet. What do you mean remember it? I wasn't born for another 2 years.
I thought you just referenced it.
I did, but I don't remember watching it. I just knew that took place.
You knew that happened.
My mom has been making fun of my dad for falling asleep during that triple overtime ever since it happened in 1976. So that's how I know it. All right. Well, good stuff, Brock. 50 years old today.
Oh,
how do you feel at
the
50?
Seahawks too. The Mariners and Seahawks were formed.
How do you feel at 50? You feel good?
I honestly feel pretty good. Yeah, I do feel pretty good.
You won't have like a nervous breakdown later?
No. I don't think so. And quite honestly, and I tell people this, and I think you're the same opinion. The hardest thing at 50 is just the vision. Like losing some of your, just having to wear readers and do all of that. And I know there will be cataracts down the road, whatever, but like that is probably where just day in and day out that I do feel the oldest. Where I'm like, son of a gun. Like yesterday, I was doing weeding. I was doing some real man work in the yard. My readers fell out of my pocket, and I can't find them. So now I'm going to have to just scout. I don't know when that happened, somewhere in the yard. You've seen my house somewhere.
Right.
So now I got to go out there and just scour the yard and put on different glasses to find my reader. So that's probably the one area.
All right, let me again. I apologize on the Chevy Chase thing. I was thinking of Foul Play, which is 1978. That's the movie I was thinking of. Silver Streak is Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. All right. Well, what is the question you're asking me here before we do trash takes?
Yeah, I painted that picture of going, and I don't think we've done this ever, but for some reason, as Joel was talking, it brought me back to a real estate meeting that I was in with a big marketing company. It was like a 2-day affair. It was awesome. I really enjoyed it. It's like all new to me, and just how you kind of shape the image and the view and what everybody feels like they want this building to be. So when I kind of frame it in that way, like when you think of a Seahawk, and you think of a John Schneider, Mike McDonald Seahawk over the last couple years, and you just start to put some just names to it. Not even player, Salk, but just adjectives. Just what that elicits. What are some thoughts? Do you go with him? Because the first thing he said was
confident,
uncommon confidence, and that has stretched from John into Mike.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with it, but it's not the first place my mind would have gone.
Where's the first place your mind goes? If you had to define to, I don't know, ESPN radio before
I think from a defensive standpoint, actually the first place I would probably go is smart and versatile.
Yeah.
I would not want to undersell the intelligence of the guys on that defense. It seems to be very important. And sometimes it's an instinct. Sometimes it's football intelligence. Sometimes it's communication ability. I think it takes
different positions require different levels of that.
But I get the sense that they don't have stupid guys on their defense. They just don't have time for it. Julian Love obviously is a great example of what that intelligence looks like. I think Kobe Bryant was a very smart football player at his position. I think Leonard Williams is a brilliant, smart football player. I think we've talked about how instinctive DeMarcus Lawrence is. Like, I think the guys, I think both of their middle linebackers, both Ernest Jones and your guy Drake Thomas, show that level of really smart play when they're on the field. And I think Nick Eamon-Wari may very well end up being there when it's said and done also. So I from the defensive side, I think that's what I really look at.
I think we're always careful to try to judge what smart players are, right? Because we feel very, rightfully so, like I don't want to condemn somebody for not being a smart player.
That's fair.
So I think we are kind of guarded and careful in that regard, but I think it is fair to frame it in this way. And this would be my life experience, playing against, covering, watching, analyzing all of it. It's kind of like baseball players. I'll give you a baseballization of football. Yeah. It's kind of like baseball players, Salk, that have the discipline with every pitch of every at-bat, no matter what the circumstance is of being locked in. Those are really smart players. Like that it's discipline.
In that case,
a lot of
it's
other
concentration.
Things. It's concentration, it's focus, it's discipline, it's a lot of other words. But to me, like a really smart baseball player is every pitch, every swing.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Defensively locked in, because I think it's easy to.
I think Mike's scheme is complex enough, and I go back to what what Phillip Rivers told us, actually, about them moving and faking and trying to confuse him altogether. I think that takes a lot of smarts. And that word.
But there was one last year of all the guys. Boye was that way. He was locked in. There was one that wasn't locked in. And that's why he got a 1-year deal on the market, even though his traits are unbelievable and some of his play at times. He just could not lock in focus
all the time,
play to play.
Yeah.
Did Reek know the defense? Did he know all the calls? Yes. Yeah, but was he so dialed into the details of every play?
Yeah.
And no, I don't. I think that's fair now to judge, and the market judged, and the Seahawks judged, and we'll see what happens.
I would start with smart. I would go to versatile. I think that was obviously very important, not for every player, but I think versatility is big. And the last one, I think I'd use Mike's word, rugged. So, I mean, those would be the three that I would use defensively. I'm still not sure I understand what they're doing offensively, and I'm not saying they're doing it wrong. I just don't know that I could give you the adjectives to describe a Seahawks offensive player.
Which is pretty wild, it was the highest scoring offense, right, in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, I just don't know that I see one common trait that I would put amongst all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they do like versatility on offense also, but it's not like you brought in a right guard who can also play left tackle. I mean, like, I don't know, like, to a certain extent, that's just not, it doesn't work the same offensively.
Yeah. It's almost
I don't know that I
have
don't have a name there or a word.
It's as if the offense completes the defense. It's in so many offensive centric teams want to try to find defenses that can complement it, right? But it is just complete. I was also thinking as Joel was chatting with us about, and it was the early part of the conversation of the draft and in the intake versus the outtake and everything else, of him just saying they have a really complete roster, and we've talked about that. And I remember doing a game way back when, Salk. It was at UTEP. And it was Mike Price was there at the end of his career, and he was an offensive guy. And I remember the next coach coming in and seeing their D coordinator who looked like death. I mean, I was just telling this story this last weekend, actually, to the offensive coordinator for Texas Tech was the QB on that team. As I was telling this story, he's like, "You won't believe this. You're sharing the story. I know exactly who that was. It was so-and-so." And I was there, and it was at that game at A&M where this guy looked like death. And he's like, "What do you want me to do? We have 55 scholarship offensive players. I have 30 on defense. We have 85 scholarships. It's so imbalanced." I think that was the word that Joel used, balanced. And ultimately, that's what I would say about this offense. Just hyper balanced. Oh, you're going to do that? Okay, we can do this. Oh, you're going to play us that way?
Yeah.
We can attack you this way, right? And just they really do. Pass, run, manage the game, take the shots when they take the shots. Just a tremendous amount of balance on that offense.
Did you say that Jimmy Carter was president when you were born?
I'm just reading on this board. Jimmy Carter wins the presidential election.
Yeah, but not until November.
That's right. He wins the presidential
Didn't take over until 77.
There you go.
Gerald Ford would have been president when you were born.
The old Michigan Wolverine football player.
Yep, just to make sure we're getting the history right. Lyle, I know, was anxiously hoping that I would clarify the record there.
Yeah. Don't attack Lyle with presidential. He knows his presidents.
It's true.
Does
Gerald
he know
Ford
him, or was it just rote memorization? There's a great question there.
You know who Gerald Ford is?
One of the presidents?
Yeah. You know anything unique about Gerald Ford?
I don't even want to say it, but are Ford cars named after him?
They are not. No, that would be Henry Ford.
That'd be the Ford Motor Company.
Different Ford. No, that was a long time before Gerald Ford was president. You think Ford came out in the 70s?
I don't know.
I mean, that's funny. I think the most interesting thing about Gerald Ford is that he was never elected president.
No.
I think he's the only president who was never elected president. Other presidents took over, but I believe all of them were then elected to another term. I'm not positive. I believe so. Okay. I know that Gerald Ford was never elected president. He took over for Nixon.
And I think he was the only offensive lineman for Michigan.
Huh?
Ever. I think he was the only Michigan football player to ever be a president, too.
How about that?
There you go.
What a win for him. Let's do some trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
I think Here's the Thing is going to be pretty good tomorrow. What are you feeling?
Huh?
You feeling good about Here's the Thing tomorrow?
No.
I'm feeling good.
I'm not feeling good about it at all.
You're not feeling good about it
no.
at all? Okay.
I'm feeling bad. I'm worried that we're not going to have enough.
Oh, is this some of your Jewish mom guilt?
Maybe. I'm worried we're just not going to have enough great here's the thing takes. So please send something in.
I think there was was it last week? It was last week we had 3 great takes. I think last week we had the 3 most difficult for you to discern as the trash master, because I think all 3 of us came at it with great takes, and Maura won. She finally knocked Lyle off his 3-game winning streak. I'm out. I'm like the Rockies. I'm at the bottom. So I'm going to try to play to your heartstrings, Salk. I'm going to go first here on my birthday.
Before you do that, let me just clarify.
Oh, boy.
Not only was Gerald Ford not elected president, he wasn't elected vice president. That's what makes him unique.
Gotcha.
He assumed the vice presidency after Spiro Agnew resigned, then assumed the presidency after Nixon resigned. That's what makes him interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you. I just want to make sure we get that right.
Thanks.
All right, what do we got for trash take?
I'm going to try to play to one of your loves.
Good luck with that.
It's not New York. It's not Aaron Rodgers, so I probably won't win if Maura and Lyle go in those directions. But I'm going to go the great game of golf. And I'm going to go a little whiny Spaniard. When you screw up, Russini, admit it. Sergio, when you screw up, admit it. Now, he's come back and he issued an apology yesterday, well after the fact. But this is pretty trashy post-round of one little spoiled Sergio Garcia.
Obviously not super proud of it, but sometimes it happens.
What did they tell you on the 4th hole?
I'm not going to tell you.
You nobody else use drive.
It makes it very easy. I just have to hit 3-wood all the time. Didn't have to choose another club.
Your record here since you won is surprising. Is there one reason for it, or how do you explain that?
Bad golf.
Is there something specific to here that has happened?
Bad shots.
Did they give you a warning or something on the 4th? Is that
Nice question, please.
He really embarrassed himself. What a loser. Too bad he's going to be out of a job tomorrow because Live Golf's going to be out of business.
Do you want a quick story I don't think I've ever shared with you?
About Sergio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the day when I was with the Seahawks, I got to do the motion capture of the video game for Xbox.
I remember you telling me that, yeah.
And I had to go down to Portland. Great time with the folks at Microsoft. And I was in there and I had to wear this like spandex suit at that time with all these little things attached to them so they could capture my movements. The day before, Sergio was in. And they said the most obnoxious human being they've ever motion captured. Yeah. He was just that guy right there.
You have told me that story, but it's been a really long time.
Don't be a tool.
Yeah. All right. Sergio is Brock's entry this week into Here's the Thing. Maura, you won last week.
Here's the Thing.
Or sorry, trash takes. Sorry.
Maura won.
Maura, you won. You want to go second? That's usually where you like to go.
Sure. I'm going to go with WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert.
Oh, Kathy.
She was asked what I think is a valid question because she has not handled things the best and has had some tense moments with her players, with Nafisha Collar outing a conversation they had where she said Caitlin Clark should be grateful. So a lot of people are kind of questioning her reign and how much longer it's going to last, and she was asked about that.
How much do you want to stay the commissioner of the WNBA? How much longer do you anticipate to be in this role?
Well, thank you, Maddie. I do crack up how everybody's focused on me, and you should be focused on the hundreds of amazing women and thousands of women who run this league outside of myself. Our women owners, our women board of governors, our women GMs and women head coaches, and my whole team of, diverse women and men who are working hard every day to get the 30th season tipped off by May 8th. But I appreciate that you're focused on me as well. I wonder whether you would ask that of a man, by the way.
Hate that.
What?
First of all, they're asking on behalf of the women that work for you that don't think you're doing a very good job. And second of all, I think that Roger Goodell and Gary Bettman and Adam Silver, they get questioned pretty harshly too. It's the commissioner takes the brunt of everything that goes wrong with the league. That's kind of their job, is to do the bidding of the owners and sometimes be the bad guy. I don't think that she should be playing the woman card here, and as a woman, I really hate it because I think there are plenty of things that we could discuss that are issues, but that is not one.
And I love the reporter. She's like, no, I would. When she said, would you ask a man? She's like, I would. No, I would. And she just cut her off and just kept whining.
Ugh. At least she wasn't so tired that she could at least make it to the press conference.
Exhausted, Salk. Poor GM's exhausted.
Poor GM. It's really hard. Lyle, what do you got this week?
I think this trash take only needs 3 or 4 seconds.
Katie Anderson does not look very good right now.
Come on, man. Like, we could go on. We could go on, and he could talk about how his velocity was down.
He did.
Right. But that right there, like, you could phrase it differently and say, there's some things with Kate Anderson I want to see improved. Straight up, he doesn't look good right now after 5 hitless innings with 11 punch-outs is quite the take. I'll even play it one more time.
Katie Anderson does not look very good right now.
No, he does.
Good on you, Lyle. Good on you. That's 3 good takes.
206 says, I don't know if Brock knows what a take is. Sergio being a brat isn't a take. Is this just a segment of audio of people that annoy you? Brock has often turned it into that. Mm-hmm. For those reasons, Brock, you're out. Sorry.
On my birthday?
Even on your birthday.
On my birthday?
Yeah, what do you think? That makes you entitled to win?
No.
I mean, you still got to come with it.
You are who you are. No,
and also, these other two are very strong. I'm out. Very strong. I'm going, sorry, Lyle. The Keith Law one, I think, is defensible. Even though I know where you're coming from. Passan said it the next day, like, yeah, both things can be true. He
doesn't look very good right now, Salk?
I mean, I am not watching him.
5 no-hit innings with 11 punch-outs?
I don't know what he looked like. I don't know. Maybe he didn't look good while striking everybody out. I don't know. I wasn't there.
What, do you look a little sloppy?
I trust Keith. So, Kathy, I'm going with Kathy Engelbert. What a terrible take.
That wasn't even the only one. I could have played the other one. I don't know if you heard. She was like, I was really surprised that housing was such an important issue to them when we did the CBA. As you know, a mom of 20-year-olds that pay for their own housing and take care of that, I thought the raise would be enough for them, but they were very emotional about it.
There's something wrong.
She basically said, like, my 20-year-olds can take care of themselves, and you can't.
Uh-huh.
Like,
your 20-year-old might not get a 30-day contract and then have to leave and go to another city.
Yeah, have to move their whole family.
In New York.
She just is so
cheap
tone
city
deaf.
that it is.
So
she's obnoxious. Those jobs are jobs for life, though, man. Gary Bettman's been the commissioner of the NHL since 1993. Like, those jobs are jobs for life, man. You know who the commissioner of the NHL was before Gary Bettman? Trick question. There was none. He's the first commissioner of the NHL.
Wow.
Before him, they were presidents.
Interesting.
Yeah. All right, Maura, you win again.
Maura.
You just are so good at this. It's real. I mean, you guys are at a disadvantage. Maura's the sound hound. Like, I feel bad for you guys. We might need to start, like, handicapping Maura.
I saw a video of Maura the other day, by the way.
What was she doing?
Well, it was this. It was really neat. It was beautiful. It brought a tear to my eye. It was at a.
Is this a dog show?
It was the dogs.
Damn it.
I had a feeling that might be where this was
adopted.
going.
No, they were adopted.
Is it a Saluki?
Yes, and they were. It was like an adoption of dogs, and instead of the owners picking the dogs, you had all these people that wanted dogs, and they were all in the room, and the dogs went up to their
I've seen
future
those.
owner.
Yes, those are so great.
And Maura, you were so kind and sweet, and kind of pranced around as a Saluki, and
the long hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
I keep seeing one around West Seattle. The lady that walks it, like, it's so
Please take a
silky
picture.
and has gorgeous hair. Yeah, I feel like I need to ask this stranger if I can take a picture with her dog.
Sorry, my coworkers think I'm like a Saluki.
And if that dog's a Maura, oh, what's its name?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Maura.
Maura? How do you spell that? Named after Jim?
No, this amazing sound hound.
Happy birthday, Brock.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks for making it a special day.
No.
You want to try again, Lyle?
Happy birthday. And now I'm out.
We're out too. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll have Daniel Jeremiah with us at 8:30. Bump and Stacy up next in the hay.
In the barn.
In the birthday barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
4 Down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 Down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Hey there, Dawn Riding with Olympic Hot Tub. We're here to help you achieve total wellness at home. Right now, save up to $2,800 on a saltwater hot spring spa for fabulous healthy soaks. Or save up to $12,000 on an endless pool swim spa and turn your backyard into a year-round swim oasis. These massive savings end April 30th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on right now through May 3rd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. If you're dealing with ED, I know what happens. You start trying the miracle supplement online or those pills sitting next to the energy drinks at the corner store. If there's one thing I've learned in life, cheaper is rarely better. ED and Peyronie's disease are a major problem with few real solutions. You don't need a gas station pill. You need medical-grade technology to fix your problems. At West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to treat the root cause. No pills, no shots, no surgery. Real equipment, real staff, and real results. Stop wasting money on things that don't work. It's time to end the frustration and the long nights. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or low T, we can help. Call West Coast Men's Health today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
For a limited time, upgrade your home's comfort and cut energy costs with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors, plus $1,000 off whole home projects. New windows help keep your home warmer in the winter, cooler in the summer, and your energy bills lower year-round. Plus, enjoy 18 months, no payments, no interest, only through April 15th. Hurry, schedule your free estimate before April 15th. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and